الاحتلال ضد أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني. وللأسف الشديد نقف نحن أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني اليوم وحيدين في هذه الساحة لنواجه هذا الاحتلال، ونجد بأن العالم الغربي يصطف إلى جانب الاحتلال، يصطف مع القاتل مع الجلاد ضد الضحية التي تدافع عن حقها بالوجود، عن الضحية التي تدافع عن حقها بالحياة والاستقرار. ولكن حجم الجرائم التي ترتكب بحق أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني أصبحت يندى لها كل الجبين في هذا العالم الذي يدعي الإنسانية ويدعي حفظ حقوق الإنسان. لذلك نحن اليوم الفلسطينيون نصطف صفا واحدا دفاعا عن أنفسنا، دفاعا عن كرامتنا، دفاعا عن حريتنا. لن نرفع رايتنا البيضاء، سنبقى مقاومين حتى دحر هذا الاحتلال رغم فظاعة وبشاعة الجرائم التي ترتكب بحقنا على هذه الأرض.
نعم، أيضا أخ عيد بخصوص ما جرى ليلة أمس، يعني أنت مطلع على هذه الأمور، نتحدث عن ما جرى ليلة أمس من الاعتداءات على الحواجز وما نتج عنه من إصابات وإن كان هناك اعتقالات.
نعم، بالأمس كانت هي منذ أن بدأت الحرب الشاملة على قطاع غزة نشهد على الحواجز المنتشرة على أطراف مدينة أريحة وجميع محافظة أريحة حالة من الرعب الممارس من قبل قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، حيث يقوم هذا الجيش بمنع المواطنين من التنقل والتفتيش والتدقيق بهوياتهم. بالإضافة إلى أنه مساء أمس أصدر الجيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بأنه لا يسمح للمواطنين الفلسطينيين التنقل ما بعد المساء عبر محافظات الوطن، وهذه إجراءات عسكرية صارمة تمارس بحقنا نحن الفلسطينيين في ظل غياب القانون الدولي الإنساني، في ظل غياب الشرعية الدولية، في ظل غياب الرقابة على هذه الجرائم التي ترتكب بحقنا نحن الفلسطينيين.
نعم، في ظل هذه الأوضاع الميدانية والسياسية الراهنة، يعني أريحة ليست بعيدة عما يعيشه جميع محافظات الوطن، الموقف واحد والحال واحد في جميع المحافظات. يعني كيف تقرأ لنا ردود الأفعال والتضامن ما بين جميع الفصائل؟ هناك كانت مسيرات منددة بجرائم الاحتلال، الحالة الوطنية في مدينة أريحة.
الهم الفلسطيني واحد والإحتلال هو واحد واقع على جميع أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني. في هذه المحافظة نجد حالة من التكاتف والتعاضد ما بين كافة أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني، بحيث إنه إذا كان هنالك شهيدا أو كان أسيرا أو كان مصابا تجد بأن الكل الوطني الفلسطيني يدعم ويساند بعضنا البعض في هذه الظروف، متكاتفين متعاضدين. خرجت بالأمس مسيرة بدعوة من حركة التحرير الوطني الفلسطيني فتح، جابت شوارع المدينة بمشاركة كافة الفعاليات الوطنية دعما وإسنادا لأهلنا في قطاع غزة. هذه الحالة الوطنية الممتدة عبر محافظات الوطن، نحن جميعنا بخندق واحد أمام عدو واحد تدعمه قائدة الإرهاب الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. أصبح اليوم الرئيس الأمريكي هو زعيم الإرهاب وهو الذي يقود الحرب على أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني. لذلك نحن اليوم في هذه الحالة الوطنية متعاضدين متكاتفين حتى دحر هذا الاحتلال.
نعم، أيضا في متابعتك للأحداث في قطاع غزة، يعني أو أعوام طويلة وقطاع غزة تحت هذا الحصار تعرض للكثير من الاعتداءات والهجمات، ولكن هذه الحالة حالة غير مسبوقة. كيف تابعتم الوضع؟ ويعني في نادي الأسير كيف تابعتم هذا الوضع؟
نعم، نحن في نادي الأسير نتابع الوضع عن كثب، حيث أننا دعينا نتحدث عن الأسرى في سجون الاحتلال، حيث أن إدارة مصلحة السجون حولت سجن النقب ومعتقل عوفر إلى إدارة الجيش، وأيضا فرضت العديد من العقوبات على الأسرى، حرمانهم من المحطات الفضائية، حرمانهم من الخروج إلى الفورة، حرمانهم من شراء المواد الكانتينة، أيضا حرمانهم من الخروج إلى العيادة من أجل تلقي العلاج. هذه الإجراءات التي فرضت التنكيلية القمعية بحق الأسرى الفلسطينيين حولوا المعتقلات الفلسطينية إلى سجون داخل سجون جراء هذه الإجراءات. أيضا الحالة التي تشهدها المحافظات الجنوبية من عدوان شامل هي حرب إبادة بحق أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني في المحافظات الجنوبية، حرب غير مسبوقة سمح بها العالم لهذا الكيان المغتصب بأن يمارس القتل والإرهاب التدميري الشامل بحق أبناء شعبنا دون أن يحرك أي ساكن أو يوقف هذه الآلة العسكرية الإجرامية. نجد أن العالم يقف اليوم عاجز عن أن يدخل بعض المساعدات الإنسانية لأبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني. هل يعقل ذلك أن تمتد إسرائيل بكافة العتاد العسكري من العديد من الدول الأوروبية والأمريكية، ولكن يعجز هذا العالم عن إدخال المساعدات الإنسانية؟ هل يعقل ذلك؟ هل نحن أصبحنا في غابة يستباح بها دم الإنسان من قبل الإنسان؟
أشكرك الأخ عيد على هذه التفاصيل. إذن يعني كما تحدثت اليوم قامت قوات الاحتلال باقتحام مخيم عقبة الجبر. نتج عن هذا الاقتحام اعتقال 3 من الشبان. هذا إن كان على صعيد الوضع الميداني. بخصوص الحواجز لا زالت تغلق جميع المداخل الرئيسية لمحافظة أريحة، حتى المداخل الفرعية مغلقة بشكل كامل. يتم التعامل على هذه الحواجز بوحشية مع المواطنين. نعم،
أشكرك جزيل الشكر الزميلة إلهام مهداب وضيفك، كنتما معنا من مخيم عقبة جبر في أريحة. إذا نواصل وإياكم هذه التغطية مشاهدينا، ونذهب إلى المتحدث باسم الصليب الأحمر في غزة هشام مهنا ينضم إلينا عبر الهاتف. أهلا ومرحبا بك معنا سيد هشام. يعني ونحن نتابع هذه الصور نتحدث عن كارثة إنسانية بكل ما تحمله الكلمة من معنى. أبدأ معك بالقطاع الصحي والإعلان عن توقفه عن الخدمة بعد ساعات قليلة. أين هو الصليب الأحمر من كل ما يحدث في قطاع غزة؟ وهل هناك أي جهود تبذل مع الأطراف الدولية كافة لإنهاء هذه الكارثة، وربما أقل ما يمكن فعله إدخال المساعدات والإغاثات؟
بداية أود أن أعرب عن تعازينا الحارة لجميع الأسر التي فقدت أحبتها، فقدت منازلها، فقدت حياتها في قطاع غزة. نحن على اتصال دائم بالساعات الأولى مع السلطات الصحية في قطاع غزة، وأيضا مع جمعية الهلال الأحمر الفلسطيني بهدف فهم كيفية تقديم سبل الدعم اللازمة في أسرع وقت ممكن. قدمنا شحنة طبية في اليوم الثاني من هذا التصعيد لكل منهما تشتمل على مستلزمات طبية وغير طبية بهدف الإبقاء على جهوزية الفرق الطبية للاستجابة للحالات الحرجة، بما فيها يعني الأدوية، المعدات اللازمة لتقديم الخطة الطارئة، النقالات إلى آخره. وايضا نحن نبحث مع جميع السلطات المعنيه بما فيها في اسرائيل وايضا قطاع غزه وايضا في المنطقه بهدف العمل على ادخال المواد الطبيه اللازمه والوقود اللازم من اجل الابقاء على ليس فقط المنظومه الطبيه يعني بشكل كامل، بل ايضا في قطاعات اخرى من الكهرباء، من المياه والصرف الصحي الى اخره. نحن على اطلاع كامل بمجريات الأحداث والأمور، ونحن نتفهم تماما مدى قلق الزملاء الأبطال في المنظومة الصحية في قطاع غزة الذين يقومون بتأدية مهمة تكاد تكون مستحيلة في التعامل مع هذه الإصابات.
طيب سيد مهنا، يعني نعم، بالحديث عن حماية المدنيين والطواقم الطبية وتأمين وصول المساعدات، نتحدث عن يعني النازحين واللاجئين، نتحدث عن 250,000 نازح ولاجئ الآن متواجدين في قطاع غزة. كيف يتم التعامل معهم في تأمين كل احتياجاتهم؟ ونحن نعلم بأن مدارس الأونروا غير مهيئة في التعامل مع هذه الأعداد الكبيرة من يعني المواطنين في الحصول ربما على أبسط احتياجاتهم.
نعم، الخطر الأكبر المتمثل منذ يعني الأمس أو قبل أمس هو الاستهداف الهائل للأعيان المدنية والمدنيين، ولقد شهدنا أحياء كاملة من قطاع غزة قد تم تدميرها بشكل بالغ جدا. هناك العديد من العائلات التي لا تزال تحت أنقاض منازلها، لا تستطيع صراع الدفاع المدني والخدمات الطبية الوصول إليها لإخراجها نظرا لقلة وشح المواد، بالرغم من أننا قمنا يعني الأمس واليوم بتوفير شحنات من الوقود وبعض أدوات المساعدة وأدوات الحماية لهذه الفرق بهدف يعني مساعدتها في مهمتها الإنسانية، لكن الحاجة أكبر بكثير من الدعم أو المتاح حاليا. أيضا اللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر تعمل مع يعني تعمل بشكل تقريبا على مدار الساعة في محاولة الحرص على حماية المدنيين وحماية الأعيان المدنية، حماية الفرق الطبية، حماية الصحفيين. يعني أول أمس تعرض أحد مقرات اللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر لضرر جسيم في حي تل الهوى أو الجمال الجنوبي. لم يكن هناك أحد من الفرق الصليب الأحمر هناك، ولذلك نحن نادينا بضرورة حماية أيضا الفرق الإنسانية الإغاثية التي تقوم بمهمة الإنسانية بالمقام الأول.
طب يعني سيد هشام، نعم أعذرني، ولكن ربما هذا ما يفسر بأنه لا يوجد أي مكان آمن في غزة. أنت تتحدث بأنكم تقومون بحماية المدنيين، كيف يتم حمايتهم ونحن نشاهد بأنه يتم استهداف المستشفيات، سيارات الإسعاف وحتى مقرات الصليب الأحمر؟
نحن نعمل على ضمان حماية المدنيين ضمن حوارنا المباشر والمفتوح مع جميع الأطراف بما فيها السلطات الإسرائيلية. نحن لا نقوم بحماية المدنيين بشكل مباشر.
نعم.
اللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر تنادي بضرورة حماية المدنيين، هذا ما ينص عليه القانون الدولي الإنساني، هذا ما تنص عليه قوانين الحرب. ما يحدث على أرض الواقع هو غير ذلك. إضافة إلى الاستهداف الذي طال الخدمات الطبية، المرافق الصحية، المستشفيات، الإسعافات، أيضا الصحفيين. قال ايضا يعني مقر اللجنه الدوليه للصليب الاحمر، هناك ايضا احد الافراد التابعين لفرقنا الذين لا نعلم مصيرهم، وبالتالي الوضع الانساني في قطاع غزه وضع كارثي. نحن نشهد قريبا تفاقم لهذا الوضع اذا تم مساعدة المصابين والجرحى وتقديم المساعدات والخدمات المنقذة للحياة.
طيب سيد هشام، يعني هل من الممكن الحديث بأن هناك انفراجة قريبة؟ وأنت تحدثت عن تواصل مع عدد من الأطراف والجهود، وأيضا يعني وزارة الصحة المصرية شاهدنا صور بأنها تستعد لتجهيز غرف طوارئ في محيط معبر رفح للمصابين الفلسطينيين في غزة. هل من الممكن الحديث عن أمل ربما بفتح على الأقل ممرات آمنة لدخول المساعدات خلال الساعات القادمة؟
كل الجهود الآن منتبة على تحقيق هذا الهدف من جميع الجهات الفاعلة في قطاع غزة، من جميع المؤسسات الإنسانية بما فيها اللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر. هذا ما نسعى حثيثا لتحقيقه في أسرع وقت ممكن. نأمل أن نشهد انفراجة في هذا الأمر الآن قبل يعني الساعة المقبلة أو خلال اليوم. نحن نعمل كل ما في وسعنا، كل ما في جهدنا لتحقيق هذه الغاية، ولن نتوقف عن العمل إلا بعد تحقيق هذا الأمر إن شاء الله.
هذا ما نأمله بالتأكيد. المتحدث باسم الصليب الأحمر هشام مهنا كنت معنا عبر الهاتف، أشكرك جزيل الشكر. ونواصل وإياكم مشاهدينا هذه التغطية ونحن نشاهد هذه الصور من غزة صباح هذا اليوم، صور مؤلمة. نتحدث عن إبادة كاملة لأحياء سكنية بأكملها، ونتحدث عن إبادة جماعية، عمليات قتل وإبادة جماعية تحدث في غزة، أحياء سكنية بأكملها، محو يعني عائلات بأكملها أيضا من السجل المدني، ويعني مشاهد مؤلمة للدمار جراء هذا العدوان. نتحول في إطار هذه التغطية للزميلة منى عوكل تنضم إلينا مجددا عبر الهاتف. أهلا ومرحبا بك معنا منى. يعني نتحدث عن أوضاع تزداد صعوبة، تزداد خطورة أيضا خاصة في المستشفيات وصعوبة عمل الطواقم الطبية. كيف يمكن أن تقربي لنا الصورة مع أيضا تجدد الغارات قبل قليل واستهداف عدد من المناطق في خان يونس وغيرها؟ تفضلي.
نعم، يعني بالفعل القصف ما زال مستمرا، لم تتوقف طائرات الحربيه الاسرائيليه عن توجيه الضربات الى مناطق مختلفه من قطاع غزه، يعني منذ صباح هذا اليوم وحتى اللحظه لم يتوقف القصف في مناطق كثيره، ولكن تم تركيز الضربات في مناطق خان يونس شرقا من قطاع غزه، عفوا، بالاضافه الى منطقه سكه شرق جباليا. هذه المنطقتين شهدتا يعني ما يشبه تمشيط كامل للمنطقه، وشهدت ايضا مجازر تتبع الجيش الاسرائيلي بحق عائلات باكملها. حتى اللحظه هناك محاولات للطواقم الطبيه وطواقم الدفاع المدني للوصول الى هذه المناطق، بالاضافه الى المناطق التي تم استهدافها خلال ليله امس، وهي مناطق واسعه من يعني شمال قطاع غزه. بالتالي هنا اعود الى مساله يعني عمليا الوصول الى الاصابات ومحاوله منذ اول يوم وحتى اليوم العديد من السيارات الاسعاف بشكل مباشر، مما يعني يعمل على صعوبه اداء هذه الطواقم لواجباتها، هذا بالاضافه الى ايضا محدوديه ومحدوديه قدرات عمل طواقم الدفاع المدني، وايضا محدوديه عدد هذه الطواقم وقدرتها على الوصول الى كل الاماكن. اذا نحن امام ربما مشاهد صعبه رغم كل المحاولات من قبل جميع الطواقم التي تعمل في الصفوف الاولى من المواطنين، لكن هناك عوامل مختلفه تعرقل عمل هذه الطواقم. ايضا من هذه العوامل هي القصف المستمر، الخطوره المستمره، بالاضافه الى ايضا يعني الاستهدافات التي يعني ادت الى اغلاق شوارع رئيسيه وشوارع ايضا فرعيه، وبالتالي سيارات الاسعاف الى منطقه ما تحتاج الى ربما وقت مضاعف عن ما كانت تحتاجه. المستشفيات مليئه عن ذكر ابيها، والان في مجمع الشفاء الطبي هناك يعني عمليه لاخلاء من يمكن اخلاءهم من المرضى والسكان الذين لجأوا من اماكن تنتهي الى مستشفى الشفاء الطبي، مما جعل الامر ربما اكثر صعوبه، وبالتالي الان هناك محاولات لاخلاء مستشفى الشفاء.
يعني منى، الى اين يذهب هؤلاء يعني بعد اخراجهم من المستشفى؟ ونحن نتحدث عن كارثه ايضا في مدارس الأونروا. اين سيكون مصير هؤلاء الجرحى؟
يعني لا يوجد عزيزتي، لا يوجد بدائل، يعني من يتم اخلاءهم يتم ترحيبهم نحو مدارس الأونروا، هذه المدارس التي فتحت للنازحين منذ اليوم. والأونروا يعني اعلنت بانها يعني وصلت حتى طاقتها النهائيه استيعابيه، وبالتالي المدارس انتهت. هناك حوالي اكثر من 250,000
نعم.
لجأوا الى هذه المدارس، والان من يخرج يجد لنفسه صعوبه في احد هذه الاماكن. عمليا نقطتين، واحده هو انه يعني ان تجد مكان لك في المسجد امر ليس سهلا، ونحن نعلم بانه كل فصل يسكن عدد كبير من العائلات، لكن في احوال كهذه لا يبحث الناس عن اماكن يعني يجلسون فيها، لا يبحثون عن اماكن من الممكن ان يناموا وما الى ذلك. هذه اصبحت رفاهيات بالنسبه لاهل قطاع غزه في ظل هذه الظروف، هم يبحثون فقط عن اماكن من الممكن يعني يتواجدوا بها هم واسرهم بحيث يشعروا بالحد الادنى من الامان، لانه عمليا ايضا اسرائيل استهدفت عدد من مدارس الأونروا منذ بدايه هذه الجوله في التصعيد وحتى اللحظه، وبالتالي الحديث عن اماكن امنه هو امر يعني يكاد يكون ضرب من الخيال في الوضع الذي يعيشه قطاع غزه. النقطه الثانيه ربما هو انه يعني كما اشرت وكما اعلم انه لا يوجد اماكن اخرى، لا يوجد بدائل. الى اين سيذهب السكان؟ يعني عدا عن مناطق او مراكز اللجوء او اللجوء النازحين التي فتحت من قبل الأونروا، لا يوجد بدائل. الان العمارات السكنيه مستهدفه، المستشفيات مستهدفه، وقد تم بالفعل اخراج عدد من المستشفيات والقطاع خارج الخدمه خلال هذه الجوله من التصعيد حتى الان. الاماكن الحيويه كلها مستهدفه، وعمليا الان ما يقوم به اسرائيل هو عمليه تمشيط لمناطق كامله، وبالتالي نتحدث عن الالاف من النازحين. عاده المواطنين في قطاع غزه يلجؤون الى بعضهم البعض.
طب منى، هل لديك معلومات عن هذه المستشفيات بالتحديد التي تم اخراجها بالفعل عن الخدمه؟
نعم، يعني عمليا مستشفى بيت حانون تم اخراجه من الخدمه امس الاول، وذلك نتيجه عاملين. العامل الاول انه القصف ادى الى قطع كل الطرق المؤديه الى هذا المستشفى. الامر الاخر هو انه المنطقه اصبحت شبه فارغه، وبالتالي اصبح يعني الوجود في هذا المكان خطير جدا، وقد تم قصف كل ما
نعم. اتحدث عن اسماء هذه المستشفيات بالتحديد منى.
مستشفى بيت حانون الطبي، مستشفى العيون التخصصي، مستشفى بيت حانون الطبي في منطقه بيت حانون، مستشفى العيون التخصصي في منطقه طريق الهواء وسط قطاع غزه ايضا. هناك مراكز صحيه، يعني هذه المستشفيات الاساسيه، ولكن هناك ايضا مراكز صحيه كثيره في المناطق الحدوديه تقريبا باقيها الان الاعتماد بشكل اساسي على المستشفيات الرئيسيه، وهي على الرغم من انه ايضا تم استهداف المستشفى الاندونيسي شمال قطاع غزه. المركز الرئيسي الان هو مستشفى الشفاء في قطاع، طبعا هو ممتلئ عن بكره ابيه يعمل بحد طاقته القصوى، بالاضافه الى المستشفى الاندونيسي الذي يغطي منطقه شمال قطاع غزه، ومستشفى الاوروبي في جنوب قطاع غزه. هذه المستشفيات الرئيسيه الثلاث التي تعمل. بعض المراكز الصحيه ايضا ما زالت في الخدمه كمركز مستشفى شهداء الاقصى في المنطقه الوسطى ومستشفى جنوب قطاع غزه. هذه المستشفيات تعمل ولكن في ضمن اطار معين، وهو استقبال الحالات والتعامل معها بشكل اولي او اجراء العمليات البسيطه، لكن الضغط الاكبر هو على المستشفيات الثلاث الحكوميه الاساسيه، وهي الشفاء الاندونيسي والمستشفى الاوروبي. وفقا لاعداد العدد الكبير للشهداء والجرحى، التعامل مع هذه الاصابات لانه ايضا هناك يعني عجز في المواد الاساسيه اللازمه للعمل، ان كان مواد طبيه او حتى فيما يتعلق بالتيار الكهربائي. يعني قبل قليل فقط كان هناك خبر وتصريح لرئيس سلطه الطاقه الوزير ملحم بانه قدره عمل يعني محطة توليد الكهرباء في قطاع غزة لن تمت سكان قطاع غزة بأكثر من 12 ساعة، وبالتالي نحن نتحدث عن ساعات قليلة، ويتوقف العمل ليس في مستشفيات قطاع غزة لكن في كل المناطق هنا في القطاع.
أشكرك حتى هذه اللحظة زميلة منى عوكل، كنت معنا عبر الهاتف على كل هذه التفاصيل والإيضاحات، ونحن نواصل وإياكم مشاهدينا هذه التغطية وهذه الصور التي تردنا مباشرة من قطاع غزة. نذهب مجددا إلى الزميلة إسلام الزعنون من غزة. أهلا بك معنا إسلام. نتحدث عن استمرار القصف، وشاهدنا قبل قليل ربما تصاعد للدخان، يبدو بأنه قصف جديد. هل معلومات وتحديثات جديدة لديك حول المناطق التي تم استهدافها قبل قليل؟
يعني آخر الغارات الإسرائيلية شملت منطقة شرق مدينة غزة بالتحديد حي التفاح بعدة صواريخ من الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي. أيضا هذا الحي كان عرضة للقصف العنيف في الليلة الفائتة، أكثر من 50 يعني غارة على تلك المنطقة والأحياء القريبة من هذا المكان، أدى أيضا إلى ارتفاع عدد الشهداء والجرحى، بالإضافة إلى استمرار القصف في المناطق الشمالية، تمكن بعض الطوائف من دخول منطقة الكرامة أو منطقة الفرقان بالتحديد إلى المناطق الشمالية من قطاع غزة. أيضا في الأسماء تتعرض لقصف بين الفينة والأخرى. أيضا الجدير بالذكر أن منطقة جباليا قريبة من هذه المناطق تعرضت قبل قليل بالطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي في تلك المنطقة، ما أدى إلى وجود مجزرة حسب شهود عيان في منطقة جباليا أيضا المكتظة بها السكان. الحديث يدور عن عشرات الشهداء والجرحى.
الوضع في غاية الصعوبة، أعداد كبيرة جدا أخي عادل من المصابين، أعداد كبيرة جدا من الأطفال والشهداء، نصهم من الأطفال. يعني مجازر ارتكبت المجازر خلال 4 أيام السابقة حقيقة أخي عادل. يعني لا تدخل يعني مدينة غزة أو بعض المدن لا تتعرف على حتى معالم الشوارع. الموضوع ما بعرف أن المجتمع الدولي واقف يتفرج على الوضع حقيقي.
والتيار سينقطع وبالتالي تكون شبكات الكهرباء التيار فيها صفر بعد سويعات.
يعني احنا بنواجه صعوبة حاليا. احنا ما زالت المحطة شغالة وبناخذ تقريبا منها 50 إلى 60 ميجا وات حاليا. يعني بتكفي انه 3 ساعات نوصلها لبعض الأحياء اللي شبكتها واقفة يعني او شغالة، لكن معظم الشبكات مدمرة معظم الشبكات. هذا امر يعني صعب جدا، حتى لو في امكانية انك تعمل حي سكني يسلكوا حالهم الناس، يرفعوا مية يسحبوا مية على بيوتهم، غير قادرين لانه شبكاتهم مدمرة، وبالتالي الوضع صار صعب ويجب ان يكون هناك تدخل حقيقة، لانه هناك ضغط شديد حاليا على الواقع الانساني العايش في غزة.
شكرا محمد، وكان الله بالعون. سيد محمد ثابت مدير العلاقات.
بيت لاهيا للأسف هي حالة إبادة جماعية، وما زال الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يواصل غاراته في تلك المناطق، بالإضافة إلى مدينة غزة التي ما زال على عدة مناطق حيوية ومهمة في قطاع غزة، حيث كان أيضا آخر الغارات الإسرائيلية على الجامعة الإسلامية في المربع الذي تم إبادته خلال الأيام الماضية من الحرب على قطاع غزة، بالإضافة أيضا إلى قصف مستمر ومتواصل في المناطق الشرقية لقطاع غزة، وأيضا شارع الرشيد أحد أهم وأبرز شوارع قطاع غزة، والذي يقوم الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بشكل ممنهج بقطع أوصال المدن والمحافظات في قطاع غزة، حيث هذا الشارع يفصل قطاع غزة ويمر ب5 محافظات من شمال قطاع غزة وحتى جنوب قطاع غزة. الحال يزداد سوءا، واليوم هو الأسوأ إن صح لنا الوصف أو التعبير بهذا الإطار. تتلاحق الأحداث، تصعب الاتصالات بشكل أكبر، حصول مع الأخبار والصور أيضا بشكل أصعب وبوتيرة أصعب، وأيضا يؤخر وصول بعض الأرقام وبعض فيما يتعلق بالجرائم والاستهدافات الأخيرة في جباليا بسبب صعوبة وصول أيضا الطواقم الإعلامية في تلك المناطق. على أي حال الأونروا تحدث أرقامها فيما يتعلق أيضا بأعداد النازحين إلى مدارس الأونروا إلى أكثر من 280 ألف نازح، ولك أن تتخيل هذا العدد بأعداد محدودة من المدارس في قطاع غزة. تتكدس الآن المدارس فوق بعضها لاستقبال النازحين في تلك المدارس، ليس فقط في الصفوف ولكن في الساحات. يتكدس المواطنون النازحون من أماكن سكنهم إلى تلك المناطق، مع الإغارة على مربعات سكنية في سياسة جديدة يستخدمها الاحتلال الإسرائيلي فيما يتعلق بالتعامل مع قطاع غزة كمربعات معينة. بالتالي يعني الليلة كانت الشمال في مرمى النيران، وما زالت بالمناسبة
نعم إسلام
بأصوات القصف والغارات الإسرائيلية أيضا في المناطق الشمالية لقطاع غزة. وبالمناسبة هناك تعنت، وهذا يشي أيضا بخسارات جديدة في صفوف المواطنين، في صفوف الإعلاميين، في صفوف الدفاع المدني والإسعاف، بسبب يعني المجازفة والدخول لتلك المناطق بسبب يعني الاستغاثات من المواطنين في تلك المناطق. وصول النازحين بهذا العدد أيضا يقربنا من كارثة إنسانية بحتة داخل المدارس، مع انقطاع أيضا المياه عن مجمل القطاع بسبب عدم وجود كهرباء في القطاع. في المساحات تم قطعها بشكل كامل، في بعض المناطق توصل فيها الكهرباء لساعة، وهذا فقط لساعات حسب إعلان محطة توليد الكهرباء وشركة الكهرباء أن الساعات القادمة ستشهد إطفاء كامل لكل المولدات، مع نفاذ كمية الوقود التي كانت ما قبل العدوان الإسرائيلي على قطاع غزة، وعدم يعني
نعم
الإسرائيلي بدخول كميات وقود جديدة رغم يعني الوساطات المثلية. لكن الاحتلال الإسرائيلي هدد بقصف محطة توليد الكهرباء إلى ما دخلت من محاور أخرى أو محاور عربية هذه شاحنات الوقود. وبالتالي نحن نشهد أيضا تهديدات قاسية على المواطنين في قطاع غزة وعقاب جماعي إن صح لنا التعبير من الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، وسط يعني حتى هذه اللحظة لا توجد تحركات على حجم هذه الجرائم لتوقيف سيل الدماء، يعني الدماء التي ربما لم نشهد لها مثيل خلال السنوات والعدوانات السابقة على قطاع غزة. هناك أيضا عدد من الغارات الإسرائيلية التي وصلت وتركزت في
hospital NICU.
I march for moms who struggled during their pregnancy journey.
I march to support parents who have experienced miscarriage and loss.
I march for every family to have access to health care.
Join us to ensure that every mom and baby is healthy and strong. If we come together, we can work to improve maternal health.
Protect every family through programs, research, education, and advocacy.
Let's take action.
Join March for Babies, a mother of a movement.
All right, from energy to foreign policy, Biden's endless stream of failure. Interest in gas by artificially reducing the world's supply of oil. Now, this could cause a massive problem for this country for many years to come, with now having estimates that say we would have less than 20 days worth of petroleum if, God forbid, an emergency arose in this country. That is reckless and irresponsible. And meanwhile, Republicans are pushing back on the administration's foreign policy failures. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley calling for all funding for Ukraine to be immediately redirected to Israel. Here with reaction, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, all I hear from Joe Biden is Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. We spend another penny if that's how it's going to roll.
Yeah, Sean, like you, I have always supported Ukraine, but I've never supported Joe Biden's Ukraine policy because, as you said, he's pussyfooted around from the very beginning of that war, not allowing Ukraine to fight it, to win it. I worry that's the direction we'll ultimately head in Israel as well. There's a well-worn pattern when Israel has to defend itself and make war on terrorist groups like Hezbollah and Hamas in 2006, in 2012, 2014, 2021. Barack Obama and Joe Biden, after a number of days, when the left wing of their party begins to demand ceasefires and restraints, put pressure on Israel's government. That is what we cannot do this time. This is completely different from past attacks on or stage for CNN and Al Jazeera and New York Times when it's really Hamas using those civilians as human shields.
You know, I'd like to know, what role should America have in aiding and abetting and helping Israel here, in your view?
Well, Sean, there's a couple things I didn't hear in Joe Biden's speech today. One, I didn't hear the word Iran. It emboldens Iran when President Biden refuses to even speak its name.
Why do you think that is,
Second,
Senator?
I didn't hear... I think that President Biden, like President Obama before him, has a grand plan for the Middle East, and it involves elevating Iran as a kind of balancing power against Israel and our partners in places like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And I think it foreshadows that well-worn path that I talked about earlier that President Biden expects in a few weeks or a month. For Iran. But yeah, the $6 billion is a good example. You have Jake Sullivan and Tony Blinken out there saying not a dollar of it has been spent. It couldn't have been involved in this attack. Well, if not a dollar has been spent, it should be very easy to halt the transfer of that money to Iran.
And I know that your colleague, Senator Marsha Blackburn, has put forward a bill to do just that. I hope maybe you can get a couple of Democratic senators, I don't know, Chuck Schumer, are you paying attention, to support that effort? I would like to think so. But Chuck is my senator. I get nothing out of him. I'm actually like a political orphan. Not one politician in New York will talk to me. Anyway, Senator, good to have you on the program. Thank you. When we come back, Israeli families, they're holding on to hope after Hamas kidnapped their loved ones. We're going to hear from one of these grieving family members. That's straight ahead.
Type 2 diabetes?
Discover the Ozempic Trizone. Ozempic! I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Do you have too much body fat? It tends to accumulate on your stomach, hips, and thighs.
Are you struggling to lose weight? Does it seem like no matter what you do, you just can't get rid of excess body fat?
Body fat builds over our midsection. Body fat increases from lack of exercise and poor diet.
For boots on the ground or military action at this point, I will let the Pentagon speak to the specifics of deployments. But as the president has made clear, he has ordered the Pentagon to take these efforts to send a clear deterrent message to anyone who is considering entering this conflict, any entity or who is hostile to Israel, to take note and to not take action. I thought the president spoke very forcefully to that question today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. On connection between Hamas and North Korea, Hamas and North Korea have been engaging in arms trading for some time. What are you concerned about North Korea's announcement to that it support Hamas?
Well, we clearly would be concerned about any country that is providing support to Hamas, whether it be financial, whether it be military, and would look to counter that action. And we do it first and foremost by making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against the recent terrorist attacks.
Does Israel have a right to kill civilians?
Go ahead.
Does Israel have a right to kill civilians?
Now, I'm going to call on the way we do it in this briefing room, and you and I've had this conversation before, is I call on people and they ask questions and I move around. Go ahead.
Yesterday, Secretary Blinken deleted a tweet related to his phone call with Turkish Foreign Minister. The tweet included the mention of the ceasefire. Well, was that the reason? The word ceasefire was the reason behind why he deleted the tweet?
I'm glad you asked me that question because there's been a bit of misinformation about it. So after his call with Foreign Minister Fadon, we released a public readout that made clear that the Secretary in his conversation had reiterated what we have said publicly a number of times, which is Hamas should cease its violent activities against Israel. The tweet was unfortunately worded, did not capture that appropriately, so we pulled it down. And I've seen a lot of public conversation about this. I think I think you would have to be intentionally misunderstanding what our position is given the number of statements that we have made about supporting Israel's right to defend itself, about supporting Israel taking direct action against Hamas. The Secretary spoke to that publicly on Sunday. On the Sunday shows, the President has spoken to it forcefully, and we've issued a number of statements making that clear.
Turkish President Erdogan said Ankara is prepared to take on a mediator role in the ongoing Palestinian and Israeli tension. What is the U.S. position on this offer, and was that discussed during the phone call between Blinken and Fidan?
So I won't speak to any potential mediation. I will say, with respect to the conversation that the Secretary had, we released a readout with information about his conversation with Foreign Minister Fidan. We made clear in that conversation, as we have in all of our conversations, that anything they can do to keep other parties from entering this conflict, anything that they can do to secure the release of hostages is something we would encourage and something we would support. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I have two questions, one on Hamas and the other one on Syria. The first one, have you noticed the statements that issued by the Iraqi leaders and Iraqi governmental officials about events and escalation in Gaza and also in Israel, including Hadi al-Amiri, the leader of the Iranian-backed Badr organization, issued a threat to the U.S. forces in Iraq and also elsewhere. He said that if the U.S. will interfere into the Israel and also helping Israel against Hamas, we are not hesitating to target the U.S. forces.
So I won't speak to those comments specifically, other than to say that the U.S. forces will do everything they have to defend themselves, as is always the case.
Have you took those warnings seriously?
I'm not going to speak to it other than the comment I just made. And I would refer you to the Pentagon for specific comments on U.S. forces.
I have another question on Syria. May I ask now? Or?
Let's come back to it. Abby, go ahead.
Can I go back to some of these questions about Iran? Sure. I know you're not being specific about any U.S. response to their complicity in these attacks, but are you encouraging any of your partners to take actions? For instance, are you asking for countries to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization who haven't done so before?
We absolutely think that other countries should designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization. It's a position that we've made clear a number of times. They finance terrorist activities. They have around the world for some time, and we think that other countries should take that step of designating them.
Are you having any specific conversations with your European partners and pushing them to make this move now?
I won't speak to specific conversations with respect to Iran. Again, as I said, they're broadly complicit in supporting Hamas, have been so for years, but we're going to continue to gather evidence and intelligence about whether there was any direct involvement in these attacks before taking any further steps. Alex, go ahead. Yeah.
Just what you saw with the Europeans, I'm sure you seen the European debate on assistance to the Palestinian Authority, initially talking about a freeze in development assistance and then reversing that. Does the United States have any take on that, and how has the U.S.'s own aid posture been affected by events this weekend?
I believe they did reverse that, which is a step that we welcomed. We have made very clear that we do not have any grievance with the Palestinian people. As I have said from this podium a number of times, we support steps that improve the livelihoods, improve the dignity of the Palestinian people, and we supply humanitarian aid that goes directly to the Palestinian people to benefit them. And I think the point that we would make, this is something the Secretary got into over the weekend, there are two paths forward for the region. There is a path of stability and conflict and normalization of relations with Israel, and then there is a path of death and destruction, and it is Hamas that favors that path of death and destruction. We do not have any quarrel with the Palestinian people, which is why we think it's important to continue to provide humanitarian aid that directly benefits them, not the terrorists the terrorists who ultimately are going to be responsible for the loss of many Palestinian lives.
Israel is
I'm going to ask that this room is not a debating session. It's questions and answers. Go ahead.
One, is the U.S. re-evaluating its alliance with Qatar, given Qatar's support for Hamas? And I want to follow up on Vivian's question about U.S. citizens. So U.S. citizens are having difficulty getting out of Israel. On a personal note, a friend of mine and his wife and two of their friends are trying to get out. They filled out some State Department form and haven't heard back. So what advice do you have for U.S. citizens like them? And then regarding, going off of Matt, what do you say to the criticism regarding the unfreezing of the $6 billion then money is fungible.
So I will say that I already answered the question about money being fungible in great detail, I think, with Matt. I can repeat it again, but that probably isn't productive for any of us. I will say, give me the first question again.
Yes.
Second one, but...
Yeah, is the U.S.
Qatar, right. So with respect to Qatar, the Secretary's had a number of productive conversations with the Foreign Minister of Qatar. We actually think that they are playing a productive role here and will continue to be partners of the United States. We are asking Qatar, as we are asking every country, to use any influence that they have to keep other parties from coming into this conflict and to secure the release of hostages. And
Hey there, I'm Heather Sullivan. I've got some Sullivan Smart Sense to help you free up space on your cell phone so you don't have to buy extra storage. Go to Photos, click on Albums, scroll down to Duplicates, and then click on Merge to Items. It'll delete the duplicate photos. You can also delete the old emails, text messages, and voice messages that you no longer need.
Before you buy a used car, you should be sure to check the VIN history. You can do it for free. Here's how. The National Insurance Crime Bureau will tell you if the vehicle has ever been stolen, salvaged, or declared a total loss. Vehicle History will share data on selling history, cost to own, and recalls. And finally, iSeeCars.com will look at more than 200 data points. If you are working with the dealership, they should also present the vehicle's Carfax for free. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely. If you are relying on Amazon reviews to help you decide on a purchase, heads up. According to FakeSpot, the following categories are the most likely to have bogus or biased feedback: watches, Christmas decor, watch bands, sweaters, and pullovers. But the top spot for fake reviews? Slippers. FakeSpot says 71% on Amazon have fake reviews, with thousands of products and barely any name brands. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
It's Dr. Mike. Listen, a new study came out, again, looking at the risks and benefits of alcohol. This study showed that it may reduce anxiety, and that may be why it's helping your heart. Listen, folks, alcohol can be very dangerous. It can increase your risk of cancer, dementia, car accidents, and a lot of other problems like cirrhosis. So if you're going to drink, do it in moderation. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Second question,
support of Hamas.
And the second question was?
Second question is, U.S. citizens are having difficulty getting out.
Look, we understand that there are a number of American citizens who want to leave Israel, and that currently it may be that there aren't enough available flights because some carriers have suspended travel. As I said, we have been in discussions with carriers urging them to consider whether they want to resume travel. There are still flights that are making it out of Israel, some El Al flights, other flights operated by carriers in the region. And so we would encourage U.S. citizens to try to take advantage of those flights or other routes out of. And if they do contact the embassy, we will seek to facilitate travel with any information that we have that can be helpful.
One last one.
Yeah.
Does the United States believe that the war between Israel and Hamas will be long?
I'm not going to speculate about the future. Alex, go ahead, and I'll come to you next.
Thank you very much.
I have a question about, and thank you, Matt. Why has the Palestinian Authority leader Abbas not condemned the genocide against Israel, and what does that indicate? And I have a follow-up.
So I will let every leader speak to themselves about why they make the statements they do or don't make, but we have been clear about the horrific, violent attacks that were committed against Israel this weekend. We've made clear what the United States position is on that matter, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, secondly, how is the Palestinian Authority's official policy of pay to slay any different from what Hamas did on October 7th?
So I will say that we oppose that policy, and with respect to the aid that we provide through humanitarian organizations to the region, we comply fully with the Taylor Force Act that prevents any U.S. funds from being used in that regard. Alex, go ahead.
Thanks, Mike. Anything you can tell us about perceived Russian involvement in
Russian connections with Hamas?
I don't have any evidence of that to speak to at this moment.
Can you speak to some of the efforts on your end to figure out why everyone was so blindsided, Israel and the US?
Look, I think there will be a time to look at those kind of questions about intelligence. I'm sure that the Israeli government will take that very seriously. But I believe that their focus right now is responding to these attacks. Our focus right now is helping support them as they respond to those attacks and getting the security assistance they need to do so effectively. And that's our focus right now. There will be a time to answer those questions.
If you allow me just one more, Iran, if I may. Given everything you have told us, that you know that Iran knew this was coming, at what point the administration...
I don't believe that's exactly what I said, but...
Yeah, I'm just giving the suggestions coming from the Hill. At what point the administration will be open to reconsidering its to reverse course on Iran? Are you waiting for other shoes to drop, or is there any active
I don't know what you mean by reverse course or on Iran. As I've said, we've imposed more than 400 sanctions on Iran since the beginning of this administration, precisely because we've seen their support for terrorism. We've seen the way they've added conflict and instability to the region, and we will continue to hold them accountable for those actions.
Please come back to me later on.
Go ahead, and then we'll...
So, to follow up on what Alex is saying about Russia, because you've repeatedly warned any other entities to not to take advantage of the situation. Does that include Russia? Because we've heard President Zelensky saying that Russia is seeking to exacerbate the conflict and to distract from its war. So do you agree with him? And also on to follow up on what Saeed was saying, do you? I mean, is the concrete example of the siege that Israel is laying, is that okay in your book? I mean, is that do you approve that the Israeli approach so far?
I will say, with respect to the first question, that the president was quite clear on Saturday when he spoke to this, and he was quite clear when he spoke to this question earlier today, that no one hostile to Israel should look to this moment to take advantage of the current conflict. And I don't have anything to add to elaborate to that question. With respect to the second question, look, as I said, it is Hamas who launched these terrorist attacks against Israel. It is Hamas who brutalized Israeli civilians. Israel has every right to respond forcefully to these attacks. It is what any country would do if they saw children being dragged away as hostages, if they saw children being slaughtered, if they saw people that were a music festival being gunned down en masse. Any country would respond forcefully. We support Israel's right to do it. We think it's appropriate to do it. They have to be able to defend and secure their country.
Any country would lay a siege.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Ghazi Hamid, a Hamas spokesman, meanwhile told the BBC that the group had direct backing for the attack on Israel from Iran. Do you want to comment on it?
We have seen those quotes. We don't have any independent information to verify that.
If another Iranian proxy on the region gonna join this battlefield with Israel, what will be reaction?
I'm not going to speak to hypotheticals, but the message that we have delivered very clearly from the president on down is that no entity hostile to Iran should consider entering this conflict. Go ahead.
Yeah. In March, you condemned Israel's finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, for calling for wiping the Palestinian village of Huwara off the map. This week, we've heard the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, declare that he's fighting human animals in Gaza as Israel cuts off the gas, the water, and the electricity. We've heard Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, declare that all hiding places will be turned to rubble in a besieged coastal enclave where there are 1 million children. We've heard Ariel Kalner, who is a member of Knesset from the ruling Likud party, call for a Nakba 2.0, which is essentially a call for genocide and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians as 850 are dead in Gaza. So what do you think of that rhetoric in light of your previous condemnation?
Let me say a few things about that. Number one, we expect, as we said, that Israel will conduct its operations in accordance with international law. Number two, there are going to be a number of statements made over the course of this conflict. And when we have disagreements with them, we will make those known privately. Number three, though, let me just speak to this. Number three, some of the questions I'm getting today do seem to ignore the fact that Israel just had hundreds of its citizens killed, people who were taken hostage, and pretend that Israel shouldn't be able to conduct any kind of. Let me just say, because shouldn't.
Do you acknowledge that 80 Palestinian children have been killed? Do you acknowledge that? Will you even acknowledge that?
Let me finish.
80 Palestinian children killed this week?
Again,
babies. Do you acknowledge that?
You asked a question. I will answer the question.
Okay, well, that's my question.
So I'm going to start by answering the previous question that was interrupted. I will say some of the questions seem to pretend that Israel should not be able to conduct operations to defend itself and hold accountable the terrorists who killed civilians. That is not Israel's policy. That is not our policy. It is something that we would vehemently disagree with. Israel has the right to secure its country the way any country does. It has the right to defend itself against terrorism. It has the right to hold terrorists accountable. And I will say, ultimately, the Hamas terrorists who launched these operations, there is no one who has more disregard for Palestinian civilian life than those terrorists. Because those terrorists, let me finish. Those terrorists launched this activity. Those terrorists, again, we seem to have a lot of new people. Those terrorists launched this activity knowing that there would be retaliation, knowing that Israel would have to defend itself as any country did, knowing that it would lead to the unfortunate loss of civilian lives by Palestinians, and they did anyway. Let me go ahead.
That's amazing.
So baby killing is okay here.
Why can't you acknowledge
we always mourn the loss of civilian life. It is an unfortunate circumstance every time it happens. And as I just said, the Hamas terrorists who launched this terrorist attack, knowing that it would produce the loss of not just direct Israeli lives, who they took in their incursions across the border, but also the loss of Palestinian civilian life, they ultimately bear the responsibility for those acts. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there a latest?
I'm gonna ask. I just did do that.
Call on Israel to not.
I would ask you not to talk over your colleague. Go ahead.
Matt, thank you. Is there a latest U.S. assessment on Saudi's position regarding the potential normalization deal with Israel? And
go ahead. There was a little talking over you. Why don't you go ahead and go again?
Is there a latest U.S. assessment on Saudi's position on the potential normalization deal with Israel, and especially after Secretary spoke with his counterpart from Saudi, what we are at?
So the Secretary did speak to this somewhat on Sunday when he was asked about it on the morning shows, and the point that he made is very simple, which is there are opponents in the region of normalization. Hamas is an opponent of normalization. Hezbollah is an opponent of normalization. Iran is an opponent of normalization. And they seek to prevent normalization exactly through these terrorist attacks. So we do believe that normalization of relations, not just between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but between Israel and other countries in the region, would help bring stability, would help bring peace, would help bring prosperity to the region. So it is a path that we will continue to pursue. The other path, as I said a minute ago, is the one outlined by Hamas, which is death and destruction. It is one of the goal of launching these terrorist attacks. And so we will not be deterred in continuing to pursue further normalization, which, as I said, we believe brings stability to the region.
You're normalizing war crimes, man.
Go ahead.
War crimes. You're saying it's okay.
Excuse me. I would ask you to stop putting words in my mouth. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. I was just one quick question is that President Biden's two-state theory was very much appreciated in many countries in the Southeast Asia side. Is for now, after this incident has happened, is that has gone a little bit on the back burner side? Or no, that's my one question, and then I have one follow-up.
No, it continues to be our policy, and that we will continue to support.
Okay, and then the second one is just, because of Taliban, we had a lot of bomb blasts. TTP had many blasts in Pakistan, where the U.S. bases were there at that time, and the U.S. could have taken very severe actions, against them, where at least in my city, we had in one school 120 kids being slaughtered, more than several blasts where more than 100 people were dead. But the U.S. did not do something like that in Afghanistan to, settle things with the... Don't you think because of U.S. not condemning these things, at least the humanitarian part of the U.S. impression, at least around the world, is going like, don't you think for the humanitarian there should be a little
I would
softer...
say that we always condemn acts of terrorism anywhere that they occur in the world. And as I believe you and I have discussed before, we have met recently with our Pakistani counterparts to discuss how we can increase our terrorism cooperation so that they can effectively counter terrorism inside their borders. Alex, I said I'd come back to you, and then we're going to wrap up here. I'll come to you, and then we'll wrap.
South Caucasus. Lavrov today published an article on the foreign minister website accusing the U.S. of interfering, quote-unquote, into South Caucasus issues, including Nagorno-Karabakh, for its, quote-unquote, geopolitical ambitions. Do you have any response to it?
Well, that's absolutely not true. Our only goal in the South Caucasus, in the relationship between Armenia and Azerbaijan, is to ensure a lasting peace and stability, and of course to ensure that the humanitarian needs and rights of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh are protected.
And as you know, senior advisor Bono is in the region. He met with Azerbaijan officials. Any redoubt on that? And also, secondly, the U.S. Embassy to Yerevan was involved in urgent medical evacuation. Any details about
I would refer you to the embassy for any further details on that question. And no, I don't have specific readouts of Special Envoy Bono's conversations. Go ahead, and then we'll wrap.
Yeah. A question on Syria and Turkish attacks on northeast Syria. In just 72 hours, they attacked 150 sites, including the civilian infrastructure, and also there are a lot of civilian casualties. Do you have any comments on, are you condemning these attacks by Turkish on northeast Syria?
So the United States remains concerned about military activity in northern Syria, its impacts on the civilian population and infrastructure, and the impact on the effectiveness of our operations to ensure the lasting defeat of ISIS. Our position has not changed. We continue to support the current ceasefire lines and call for de-escalation of violence. It is crucial for all sides to maintain and respect ceasefire zones and to de-escalate violent activity to enhance stability in Syria and work toward a political solution to the conflict. And with that, we'll wrap. And with that,
if you are relying on Amazon reviews to help you decide on a purchase, heads up. According to FakeSpot, the following categories are the most likely to have bogus or biased feedback: watches, Christmas decor, watch bands, sweaters, and pullovers. But the top spot for fake reviews? Slippers. FakeSpot says 71% on Amazon have fake reviews, with thousands of products and barely any name brands. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. New research shows that if you work remotely and you don't get up and move around, you're going to be in big trouble. You're going to gain weight. You're going to be depressed and anxious. Your vision is going to be problematic. Look, folks, you need to get up and move around at least every 20 minutes. Make sure you invest in that Health 401k. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan. Are you having some trouble sleeping? Well, you don't have to buy a sleep machine. Did you know that iPhones offer free background sounds like the rain or the ocean? Go to Accessibility, then click on Audio Video, and then click on Background Sounds. You get to choose the sound, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
Your loved one has passed, so who does their debt pass to? As a general rule, the estate is responsible, meaning if you stand to inherit money, the estate must first pay off all debts. Secured debt that can't be paid off, like a mortgage or a car note, can be subject to repossession. Medical debt won't be passed to your kids, but may become the responsibility of your spouse. Federal student loans, on the other hand, will most likely be forgiven if a family member applies on behalf of the deceased. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Dr. James Galvin. He is a professor at UCLA teaching modern Middle East history and also the author of The New Middle East, What Everyone Needs to Know. And Dr. Galvin, I think that that's a perfect place to start. What do people need to know, the basics, to help them understand the situation happening right now in Israel?
And we'll start off with Gaza. Gaza is a small strip of land, about 25 miles long. It's got about 2 million people living in it. It is obviously very crowded, very impoverished, and this is where Hamas rules. Hamas is a Islamist organization. It is an organization that was formed in the late 1980s, and it took power in Gaza in 2007. It launched this attack several days ago, and this is the most massive attack that Hamas has been responsible for since its beginning.
So you did just answer my next question that I had, was really the inception of Hamas, how they've taken over Gaza Strip. So I want to move on and bring in Palestine to the mix, because Palestinians have been in the headlines now. There's a lot of talk between that ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine. Give us a little breakdown on how that situation has been. It's been decades, but there has been conflict between those two regions.
Well, between 1948, when Israel was founded, and 1993, most of the world looked at the conflict in the region as one between sovereign states. Israel and Syria, Israel and Egypt, Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Jordan. And they turned their attention away from what's really at the root of the conflict, which is two peoples who are claiming possession and the right to sovereignty over a single piece of land. Now, in 1993, the Palestinians, under the Palestinian Liberation Organization, recognized the state of Israel, and the Israelis recognized the Palestinians as spokespeople for, recognized the PLO as the spokespeople for the Palestinian nation. Since that time, between 1993 and 2015, there have been a negotiation as to what the fate of the Palestinian nation is going to be. Whether it'll be sovereign, whether it'll be joined with Jordan, whether it'll be autonomous part of Jordan, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the situation as it's developed since 1993 or so. In 2015, talks between Israel and the Palestinians broke down. And ever since then, the Israelis decided to go their own way. That didn't really work out. The Palestinians decided to go their own way. That didn't really work out either. We're in pretty much a stalemate right now. Now enter Hamas, which won elections in 2007, and which is very, very worried about the Palestinian issue dropping off the international agenda. And whenever that occurs, the Palestinians mount some sort of operation in order to bring it back to international attention. So the main thing that's going on right now, which has disturbed Hamas and disturbed many Palestinians, is the idea of Israel and Saudi Arabia normalizing their relations. If that occurs, that means that Saudi Arabia is basically saying that we don't really care about the Palestinian issue anymore. What we really care about now is having good relations with Israel, so Israel can join us in our confrontation with Iran. We'll write off the Palestinian issue, what the Palestinians fear the Saudis are saying. And what we'll do is instead we will support the rival faction to Hamas. And the one that rules in the West Bank is called the Palestinian Authority. Now, Hamas is upset about that. Hamas is upset about the idea of the Palestinian issue being abandoned. They don't like the idea that Israel has normalized relations with a number of Arab states, the UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco. Because by doing so, what these states are saying is it's okay that the Palestinians in 1948 were forced to flee their homes. It's okay that they don't have a sovereign state yet. What's really important for us is to get back to business.
I want to go back to a point that you made, Dr. Galvin, speaking about the talks between Israel and Palestine some decades ago and how those talks fell apart. Why did they fall apart? What were the issues that just caused all of that to crumble, so to speak?
Well, there was always an imbalance in Oslo. Remember, the Palestinians recognized Israel as a state. Israel recognized Palestine as a nation. In other words, that the future of Palestine would be up for grabs. More than that, the Israelis were in occupation of both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. So the Palestinians, every step of the way, had to literally beg for the Israelis to withdraw from this small sliver, that small sliver, and so on and so forth. Added to that, there was terrorism from both sides. The Israelis on the one hand, the Palestinians on the other hand. Palestinians launched an uprising in 2000, which was extremely bloody. But when it came to bloodshed, the Israelis were no fighters either. So we have that taking place on both sides. And then in 2006 or so, or actually even before then, about 2003, the Israelis decided we don't need to talk to the Palestinians anymore. We're going to build a wall. We're going to include everything we want within that wall, including Jerusalem. We're going to withdraw from Gaza because there's a lot of very angry, very poor people in Gaza. We don't really need it. And fundamentally, if the Palestinians want to have a state, they have a state outside the wall. If they want to not have a state, they don't have to, but it's none of our concern. Well, the Palestinians, obviously did not agree, and there was another confrontation between Israel and the Palestinians in 2006. And so the Israelis figured out that they couldn't just walk away from it. The Palestinians, on the other hand, decided to walk away from negotiations a little bit later by declaring a Palestinian state at the UN. The United Nations General Assembly endorsed the idea of a Palestinian state. There was round after round after round of Oslo negotiations taking place, some more ridiculous than others. And then finally, the Americans who were sponsoring the talks just threw up their hands and said, it's just too much political capital. We just can't do this anymore. And since that time, there have been no negotiations. The Trump administration attempted to impose a unilateral settlement, which was roundly rejected by the Palestinians. It was extraordinarily unfair, not very forward-looking at all. And so that's where we are to the present day.
Staying here in the present day, when we talk about a terrorist group, we're talking about history. Given the political climate over there in the Middle East, and what you have seen, what you have studied when it comes to these negotiations between Israel and Palestine, was there really no other way for Palestine to have a voice in these talks, to have that to the table, to have the world notice, besides almost become this terroristic group that you see here in the talks?
Well, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, nothing justifies what happened over the last couple of days. And frankly, nothing will justify the revenge that Israel is going to exact on the Gaza Strip. We're talking here, in both cases, of innocent civilians being butchered. This is something that I believe is just intolerable. Okay. That being said, it's Oslo obviously did not work. Oslo was dependent on good faith from both sides. And at a certain point, both sides were incapable of delivering. At a certain point, Ariel Sharon, Prime Minister of Israel, attempted to set Israel's borders unilaterally without consulting the Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu had to be had to be brought kicking and screaming to the negotiating table. And even then, he balked on the idea of holding the expansion of settlements, for example, in the West Bank. He balked on the idea of going into negotiations without the Palestinians recognizing Israel as a Jewish state. Now, this, of course, Netanyahu knew the Palestinians wouldn't do. Basically, what it meant was for Palestinians in the West Bank to abandon their brethren inside Israel by saying that, okay, they can have second-class citizenship in Israel. That's fine by us. We don't really care. So fundamentally, there were roadblocks that were set up time after time after time by the Netanyahu administration. Ultimately, the Trump plan for the settlement of the issue was not really a plan, was not really a serious plan whatsoever. And the Trump administration was so, let's say, and set up a settlement actually on the Golan Heights called Trump Heights. So fundamentally, that was a non-starter. And when Joe Biden took over, it's fairly evident that he wasn't going to expend a great deal of political capital, as his predecessors had, on the conflict. And so the conflict boiled over to what we have today.
Dr. Galvin, you make a good point where both regions, to an extent, have failed their own people. Because now countless and innocent bystanders are going to be suffering. People just trying to live their everyday life. When it comes to the international community, if Israel and Palestine, they can't come to the table, they can't come to an agreement, what can other countries do? We see a lot of backing for Israel, we see some backing for Palestine. Is this only throwing more gas to the fire, so to speak? Is there a way that this conflict can be resolved without so much death involved?
At the present time, there is no constituency for resolving the conflict. Americans basically don't want to get burned again. Israelis don't want to give up the settlements, give up the occupation of the West Bank. You have an extraordinarily right-wing government in Israel right now that looks at it as the destiny of the Jewish people to rule that area from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River. The Palestinians at this point are split. You have one government in the West Bank, another government in Gaza, and the government in Gaza sponsored this latest operation in Israel. So the time is not right for any sort of peace agreement. Now, that being said, I doubt very much that any other country is going to get involved in the conflict. You look around the Arab world, for example, Egypt and Jordan have peace treaties with Israel. Saudi Arabia was on the verge of negotiating for a peace treaty with Israel. You have 4 other countries that have normalized relationships with Israel. You have Syria in tatters. You have Lebanon economically destroyed. So there's no country that's going to get involved. If anybody gets involved, it's going to be the Islamist group in Lebanon, Hezbollah in the north. And we have already confronted the Israelis with artillery barrages, but even they, so far, have been fairly lackluster in getting involved in this whole thing. As for the Americans, obviously the United States does not want to get involved. We, of course, will send an aircraft carrier or 2 close to Israel. We, of course, will open up our arsenals for Israel if they need resupply. But more than that, the United States doesn't want to do. More than that, the Israelis don't want the United States to do, I'm sure. So when Biden talked today, he didn't mention anything about rescue or anything of the American hostages. He said that he's working with the Israelis in order to return the American hostages.
I want to stay with this point about other countries being reluctant to get involved. You know, the U.S. 100% is Israel in their efforts. Hamas has close ties to Iran. We have another country here that has a lot of money, a lot of resources to be able to fund attacks like this, so to speak. Going forward, how far is this going to go when it comes to Iran maybe pushing the envelope when supporting Hamas? When does the U.S. also push back?
Well, I think the phrase pushing the envelope is a good one, actually, because Iran, of course, likes to make mischief in the area. It is a state that sees itself as the vanguard of change. Saudi Arabia is a status quo state, and the idea of Saudi Arabia and Israel getting together would be a formidable opponent of Iran. So, of course, Iran likes this idea. On the other hand, Iran knows full well that for Israel, this is an existential issue. This is not an existential issue for Iran. So therefore, Iran will push the envelope, will do what it can do, will supply Hezbollah in the north, for example, will urge Hezbollah to continue whatever it wants to do. But you have to understand that when we talk about proxies like Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis in Yemen and so on and so forth, they've got their own decision-making process. They're not puppets of Iran. They work with Iran, they're aligned with Iran, but basically they've got their own policies, they set their own strategies, and so the Iranians are going to have to deal with
Hey there, I'm Heather Sullivan. I've got some Sullivan Smart Sense to help you free up space on your cell phone so you don't have to buy extra storage. Go to Photos, click on Albums, scroll down to Duplicates, and then click on Merge to Items. It'll delete the duplicate photos. You can also delete the old emails, text messages, and voice messages that you no longer need.
Your loved ones may live forever. That is the name of a new AI project. The goal is to digitize enough videos, voice recordings, documents, and photos of a person, then feed it all to an AI system that learns everything it can about the individual. The technology could one day become so advanced that avatars would exhibit intelligent behavior equivalent to or indistinguishable from that of a living human being. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Can police search your car without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes. The Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizure. The Supreme Court says a search is unreasonable without a warrant supported by probable cause. But there is an automobile exception. Why? Well, we have less of an expectation of privacy in the car, and there are public safety concerns on shared road. Police can search your car without a warrant if you give permission or if you've been arrested.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. In a new study of 68,000 teens, they found that even occasional marijuana use had negative effects on their developing brains. Depression, anxiety, decreased cognitive function. Listen, folks, you have to have that discussion with your adolescents and teens. No marijuana use. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Good afternoon. You know, there are moments in this life, and I mean this literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil is unleashed on this world. The people of Israel lived through one such moment this weekend. The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas, a group whose stated purpose for being is to kill Jews. This was an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. Parents butchered using their bodies to try to protect their children. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. To celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. And thousands of wounded, alive but carrying with them the bullet holes and the shrapnel wounds and the memory of what they endured. You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage. Hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute in violation of every code of human morality. It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. And we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the State of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him, the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response will be swift, decisive, and overwhelming. We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act according to the rule of law. Terrorists purposely target civilians, kill them. We uphold the laws of war, the law of war. It matters, there's a difference. Today, Americans across the country are praying for all those families that have been ripped apart. A lot of us know how it feels. It leaves a black hole in your chest when you lose family. Feeling like you're being sucked in. The anger, the pain, the sense of hopelessness. This is what they mean by a human tragedy, an atrocity on an appalling scale. But we're going to continue to stand united, supporting the people of Israel who are suffering unspeakable losses and opposing the hatred and violence of terrorism. My team has been in near constant communication with our Israeli partners and partners all across the region and the world from the moment this crisis began. We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets to defend its cities and its citizens. My administration has consulted closely with Congress throughout this crisis. And when Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. This is about the security of our world, the security of the United States of America. We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world. The United States has also enhanced our military force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence. The Department of Defense has moved the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Eastern Mediterranean and bolstered our fighter aircraft presence. And we stand ready to move in additional assets as needed. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't. Don't. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve is clear. Yesterday, I also spoke with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and UK to discuss the latest developments with our European allies and coordinate our united response. This comes on top of days of steady engagement with partners across the region. We're also taking steps at home. In cities across the United States of America, police departments have stepped up. Security around centers of Jewish life. The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and Jewish community partners to identify and disrupt any domestic threat that could emerge in connection with these horrific attacks. This is a moment for the United States to come together, to grieve with those who are mourning. Let's be real clear. There is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody. We reject. What we reject is terrorism. We condemn the indiscriminate evil, just as we've always done. That's what America stands for. You know, just over 50 years ago, I was thinking about it this morning, talking to the Secretary of State, the Vice President in my office. Over 50 years ago, as a young senator, I visited Israel for the first time as a newly elected senator. And I had a long, long trip, a meeting with Golda Meir in her office just before the Yom Kippur War. And I guess she could see the consternation on my face as she described what was being faced, they were facing. We walked outside in that sort of hallway outside her office to have some photos. She looked at me all of a sudden and said, "Would you like to have a photograph?" And so I got up and followed her out. We were standing there silent, looking at the press. She could tell, I guess, I was concerned. She leaned over and whispered to me, she said, "Don't worry, Senator Biden. We have a secret weapon here in Israel." My word is what she said. We have no place else to go. We have no place else to go. For 75 years, Israel has stood as the ultimate guarantor of the security of Jewish people around the world, so that the atrocities of the past could never happen again. And let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake. Thank you.
Mr. President, what was your reaction?
If you are relying on Amazon reviews to help you decide on a purchase, heads up. According to FakeSpot, the following categories are the most likely to have bogus or biased feedback: watches, Christmas decor, watch bands, sweaters, and pullovers. But the top spot for fake reviews? Slippers. FakeSpot says 71% on Amazon have fake reviews, with thousands of products and barely any name brands. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely. Your loved ones may live forever. That is the name of a new AI project. The goal is to digitize enough videos, voice recordings, documents, and photos of a person, then feed it all to an AI system that learns everything it can about the individual. The technology could one day become so advanced that avatars would exhibit intelligent behavior equivalent to or indistinguishable from that of a living human being. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. Listen, new guidelines advise that everyone with average risk of colon cancer get a screening at age 45. Now, a lot of people are nervous about this kind of thing, but it saves lives. Make sure that you get that test at age 45 or earlier if you have some high risks. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Hi, I'm Heather Sullivan with Sullivan Smart Sense to save you some money on travel. Before you book your next flight, check out the new Airline Customer Service Dashboard. It's on transportation.gov. If your flight is delayed or canceled, it'll show you which airlines will rebook you for free, plus which airlines will offer free hotel or meal vouchers if you get stuck. That's a big savings.
My name is Rachel Goldberg. I'm Hirsch's mom. I guess should I start with what happened starting Saturday morning? I was upstairs in my house in Jerusalem. I knew that Hirsch and a friend of his were sleeping out, camping somewhere. I didn't know exactly where. The first sirens, the bomb sirens went off in Jerusalem. So I ran down the stairs to wake my 2 daughters so we could get into the bomb shelter in Jerusalem. When we got out 10 minutes later with the all clear, I normally don't use my phone on the Jewish Sabbath, but it was an emergency and I needed to know where my son was. So I turned my phone on, I believe at 8:23 in the morning. And when I turned it on, there were 2 texts in a row from Hirsch at 8:11. The first one said, "I love you." And immediately at 8:11 also it said, "I'm sorry." And so I knew immediately wherever he was, it was a terrible situation. I took it to mean, I love you and I'm sorry because whatever is going to happen is going to cause you tremendous pain and worry. Since that time, I of course tried calling him right back. There was no answer. I texted him a couple times, "Are you okay?" I've not heard from him since the text I received at 8:11 on Saturday morning. We've since found out from putting together eyewitnesses from a picture from inside of a bomb shelter that we saw. We tried to put together who was in that bomb shelter with him. We've spoken to eyewitnesses. We know that he was injured in a gun battle. I mean, they were all civilians at a music festival. They were fish in a barrel, sitting in this bomb shelter. Terrorists came to the door. They were throwing grenades in, shooting machine guns. And we know that Hirsch's arm from the elbow down was severed, was blown off, and that he tied a tourniquet around with his shirt, and Hamas came in after the gunfire settled down and said, "Anyone who can walk, stand up and walk out." We are told that he was completely calm. I think he was probably in shock. And he got up and he walked out with 5 other people, young people from the music festival, 2 young women, 3 other young men. They were put on a pickup truck and driven away by Hamas. And then the police told us one thing they knew is that the last known signal, cell signal from his phone was on the border with Gaza.
So not much to add. Hirsch was at the festival with one of his best friends, Aner Shapira. By eyewitness accounts from the people that we talked to who were in this bomb shelter, several people, independent of each other, said, "Your son and his friend Aner saved our lives, anybody who's alive, because as grenades were being thrown in, they were tossing them back out, they were trying to comfort people." And so I just thought I would add that.
Maybe you could add just the origin of the film in the United States?
Sure. I'll just say that Rachel and I both grew up in Chicago. We were living in California in 2000 when Hirsch was born. We made Aliyah to Israel as a family in the summer of 2008 when Hirsch, who's our oldest child, he was 7.5, almost 8 when we moved to Israel in the summer of 2008. We've been living in Jerusalem ever since. We have 2 daughters, 20 and 17, and I just want to take 1 minute to talk a little bit about Hirsch. He is a smiley, fun-loving guy, and people of all ages just gravitate towards him. And if you mention his name to his friends, his teachers, my friends, our friends, you mention his name and people just smile because he's the kind of guy who's just fun to be around and makes people feel good and have a good time. He's got a few passions, one of which is traveling the world, and he's been saving his money to go on his big trip at the end of December.
Hi, thank you everybody for coming. My name is Neta. I'm the eldest son for Adrian Neta. As this tragedy was unfolded on Saturday morning, me and my other siblings were talking to my mom on the phone, trying to calm her down. Things were sort of calm when she heard a lot of gunfire outside of her shelter, and we tried to calm her down. That's when I dropped off the call, and both my brother and my sister were on the call with her as the terrorist barged into her home, and we heard a little bit of screaming, and that was our last contact with her. There was no shooting on the call, and the neighbors downstairs also didn't hear any shooting. My mom used the little bit of Arabic that she picked up working as a nurse in the hospital in Soroka for 20 years to calm down the terrorists. And it is our hope, which is a little bit ridiculous at this stage to say that the optimistic scenario is that she's held hostage in Gaza and not dead on the street of the kibbutz where we grew up. My mom is a 66-year-old lady, proud mother of me and my 3 other siblings who are in the room with me, along with 7 grandkids. She was sitting on the porch of our home in Be'eri on Saturday morning when this ferocious attack happened. My mom devoted her life to helping other people of all races and genders in her practice as a nurse in the hospital in the Negev in Be'er Sheva. She installed this passion for people in us, her kids, and her grandkids. As I said, our last contact with my mom was Saturday morning around 9:45 a.m. as the terrorists burst into her shelter in her home in Be'eri. There are a lot of images kind of spreading around, which I don't feel the need to talk about. I wanna bring forward the responsibility that the Israeli government has to bring back all the hostages that are kept in hostage by the Hamas terrorists. While saying this, I want also to speak about the responsibility that the US administration, President Biden, and the Secretary of State Blinken has for the lives of every US citizen that is out there. And they are responsible to bring the US citizens back home safe and sound. We expect nothing less from the US administration and from President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken. I speak in the name of myself and my family, and I wish for the quick solution for this terrible, terrible situation that all of us are in. We never imagined that this is how it will look. Thank you again for coming.
I'm just gonna read out. My name is Ayana Neta. I'm the youngest of my mother's children. My mother, Adrian, is missing and was probably taken by Hamas terrorists to the Gaza Strip. My mother is an exceptional human being. She spent most of her adult life as a nurse in the community and then as a midwife in a hospital. When she walked into a delivery room, she saw a human being in front of her. Not a religion, not a race, not a hijab, not an Orthodox Jew. Always the human being she saw. We once calculated that my mother has brought in thousands of lives into this world. When Hamas walked into my mother's room in Be'eri, they saw her there alone, but they did not see a human being.
Again, thank you for coming. My name is Libi Chen. On behalf of Itai Chen, before starting, just wanting to ask all of you here, and thank you for coming, and all of those listening to us, please do not think of us only as a headline. We are more than that. I'm here with my family, my two sisters. We grew up in New York City. We like to say we are the proud outcome of the New York public education system. Still have family out in New Jersey, Long Island. And I like to talk about family before talking about Itai. Out of some twist of fate, we became family. In addition to us, we've identified about 10 other families like us that have a U.S. citizen missing. Okay. This family and my family is now missing. We have a missing person in our family. Within my family, I have, in addition to Itai, 2 sons. One of them, the youngest, Alon, is actually celebrating his bar mitzvah this weekend. The bar mitzvah, for those of you who do not know, is the ceremony where a young Jewish man becomes a man. And Itai, in order to be home this weekend, elected to be at his base previous weekend in order for us to celebrate the bar mitzvah as a whole, the whole family. We still hope that that celebration with my sisters and my family will happen in the near future. And I'm sure my friends here as well, or my new family, have additional events happening that they also wish to have that wholeness of these events. So please, think of us not just as that headline, but we're people with families, and we want to be back families again. Itai, my son, joined the army years ago. He's in the armed corps. He was serving on the border of Gaza. The last time that we heard from him was Saturday morning, where he said that they were under attack. We know that he was active, that he was in communication for a while, but since then, silence. The formal indication that we received from the IDF is that he is defined as missing in action. What does that mean? It means that nobody since Saturday morning has been able.
Can police search your car without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes. The Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizure. The Supreme Court says a search is unreasonable without a warrant supported by probable cause. But there is an automobile exception. Why? Well, we have less of an expectation of privacy in the car, and there are public safety concerns on shared road. Police can search your car without a warrant if you give permission or if you've been arrested.
Before you buy a used car, you should be sure to check the VIN history. You can do it for free. Here's how. The National Insurance Crime Bureau will tell you if the vehicle has ever been stolen, salvaged, or declared a total loss. Vehicle History will share data on selling history, cost to own, and recalls. And finally, iSeeCars.com will look at more than 200 data points. If you are working with the dealership, they should also present the vehicle's Carfax for free. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Here's a tip to help your food last longer. Keep your refrigerator between 35 and 38 degrees rather than 41. And you can freeze produce that you're not going to use. Just put a paper towel in the bag. It helps to absorb some of that moisture. I'm Heather Sullivan, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
It's Dr. Mike. Listen, a new study came out, again, looking at the risks and benefits of alcohol. This study showed that it may reduce anxiety, and that may be why it's helping your heart. Listen, folks, alcohol can be very dangerous. It can increase your risk of cancer, dementia, car accidents, and a lot of other problems like cirrhosis. So if you're going to drink, do it in moderation. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
To physically locate him, identify him, and say that he saw him. It also means that he's not in the hospital. It also means that he's not on the deceased list that has been identified. You would think it would be a good assumption to say that after 70 hours, if he's not in the state of Israel, he might be some other place. And if that is the case, then he is by definition POW, U.S. citizen, and Israeli citizen. And what we are asking for his captives, for the U.S. government as well, to ask from the captives, Hamas, is to treat him as a POW should be treated according to international law, meaning having someone visit him, have a doctor see him, have a UN Red Cross representative see him as well. And as said before, we want to be back, we want to go back to become family. We want this to end as soon as possible. Hopefully with your help, people here will help us amplify this message to the U.S. government, Secretary of State, that until now have been saying all of the right things, but we do, I, on behalf of my family, am asking the U.S. not to take a backseat. The U.S. has a lot of resources at its attention. It is able to do many things that can be different than what the Israeli government could do. And we are asking on behalf of my family for President Biden, we ensure his heart is in the right place when it comes to Israel, and Secretary of State to do what they can to make this end for us as soon as possible to become family. Whole.
Thank you all for coming this afternoon. My name is Jonathan Decker-Fenn. I'm a lifetime member of Kibbutzim on the border since 1990 on Kibbutz Nir Oz. Kibbutz Nir Oz was attacked in the early morning of this Saturday. I have children and grandchildren who live there with me. Kibbutz Nir Oz is no more. It was destroyed in a barbaric, inhuman attack in which dozens of my friends, my neighbors were killed. Many dozens more are either known to be hostages or missing. I'm here speaking today, reaching out to my son Sagi, who grew up on the kibbutz, Sagi Dekelchen. He's an arm length away in Gaza, evidently, but couldn't be farther from me and our family right now. I grew up in Connecticut, as you can probably hear from the accent, but I've never felt farther away from there either. Sagi is the father, as you can see, 35 years old, the father of two beautiful daughters, and his wife is now pregnant with their third daughter. Sagi is exactly the kind of son that every father would want to have. A leader, a friend, a loving man. He and many other such young men on the kibbutz are now missing after having tried to repulse the attack by evidently hundreds of Hamas terrorists and looters. Many died in the process. Sagi was not found, and we have heard or seen no trace of him since then. The survivors of the kibbutz, on the kibbutz, we were a community of 400. At the moment, we know of 160 survivors. The rest have either died or are, as we said, prisoners or missing. The survivors call this a pogrom. What happened to us? It's not a war. It's not a fair fight. It is a pogrom. Hundreds of heavily armed, well-organized terrorists walked, rode, ran over the border with one object in mind, and that is to kill, maim, and destroy civilian life along the border. As such, it seems to me that the United States, my original home, and still a very beloved place for me, always wants to be and must be on the side of good. Hamas is evil. It's difficult for me to say. I'm what is called a peacenik in Israel, as many of the kibbutz members are in our area. But what we've witnessed, this kind of savagery, this kind of inhumanity, must be stopped. As a result, like the other 5 people on this stage who would prefer to be anywhere but here right now, do appeal to the United States government, to the Congress, to do what they can on the side of good here. We're waiting for Sagi to come home. We do not know what fate he met along, as I said, with dozens of other people from the kibbutz. And just so you understand, these aren't all 35-year-old men. These are children. These are aged people, and everything in between. So if there ever was a moment of good against evil, in the harshest terms, this is it. And I thank you for listening to us. And I'm sure all of us will welcome questions. We'll answer as we can, both for our children and relatives, and for those well over 100 hostages that were taken. Among the hostages, I'll add that outside of Sagi, there are 3 other hostages taken from my kibbutz who are American citizens, Israeli Americans, and 2 who were murdered on Saturday morning.
Thank you very much to all the families participating. We're going to go now to questions from the journalists. We're going to start with Becky Anderson from CNN. We're going to go one by one. Please, when you get the microphone, say your name and the outlet that you're from. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for doing this today. Israel has said that it will do its best to get any hostages home, but there's also talk of an imminent ground incursion at this point. Just how concerned are you? This isn't to any single person. I don't know who wants to take that.
Yeah, I can address the question. As we saw some of the kinds of these questions coming up, right? I don't have earlier acquaintance with anybody at the table, but I would assume that none of us are military personnel or foreign affairs strategic thinkers. We are the family members of US citizens that were kidnapped into the Gaza Strip. Hence, I do not think that it is our place to comment on the necessary actions that the Israeli government has to take, or the US Biden administration for that sake. All we ask from the Biden administration and the Secretary of State, Blinken, is to act to the immediate release of all hostages, and remember that the US government has direct responsibility to the lives of the US citizens that are held hostage by these terrorists. So whatever any government needs to do in order to make that happen, please make that happen.
Hello, Lester Holt from NBC News in the United States. Have any of you been contacted directly by the U.S. administration or the Israeli administration in terms of what a pathway toward negotiations might look like? Thank you.
So what I can say is that the side of the U.S. Embassy, we've been in contact with the State Department and the U.S. Embassy, and have taken note of the details of Itai, but there's been no formal or concentrated attempt to talk to us as a group and updating us about what they are doing in this matter. I think it is a legit request from a representative from the State Department to sit with us, update us what they have been doing and what they are planning to do, and able to support us. From the Israeli government, as I said before, we got an indication about the status of Itai as defined as missing in action, and waiting to get additional updates. By the way, is there someone here from the U.S. Embassy? No one here?
Excuse me, what have you been hearing so far from Israeli officials?
Can you identify yourself?
Yoav Borovich from Kan 11 in Israel. So I wanted to know, please, what have you heard so far from officials, from Israeli officials? How much information are you getting? And what's your expectation of Israel regarding the situation?
I can speak, I think, both specifically and more broadly. Most of the good things that have happened so far in response at the civilian level, at the civil level, including work around, efforts around hostages and the missing, have been ground up. From the ground up. Groups of citizens coming together to both aid people that live in communities like mine, and also to try to make some sense in this fog of war as to what's happened. I know what you're talking about. So far, there's been little to no contact.
Excuse me for interrupting. I am an American citizen, and I've been living in the U.S. for the last 5 years. As I said before, my mom was born and raised in California, but I was born and raised in a kibbutz, in Kibbutz Be'eri. I do not have American education, so I am natural Israel blunt, and I want to be blunt when answering this question and say zero communication from the Israeli government, zero communication on our side. I do have friends that are currently engaging in the combat around my home, around Kibbutz Be'eri, and I can appreciate the total mayhem and mess that the combat environment is creating. But I think that after 3 days more than 3 days now. It is more than a reasonable request to have somebody from the Israeli government or the US administration approach us with any type of information that they may have on our family members.
At least a plan of what they intend to do.
Okay, thank you very much to all of the families who were here today. Thank you to everybody for coming. We have two gentlemen in the back who help coordinate individual interviews for any journalists who want to speak directly and specifically with some of the families. And we should all hope and wish for better days. Thank you.
Can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. A new study found that even moderate drinking can reduce the volume of your brain. Now, this isn't good and it can lead to a lot of problems. So everything in moderation. That's what my grandfather used to say. If you're going to drink, limit it and don't do it every day. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan with Sullivan Smart Sense to help you cut your impulse spending. Remove your credit card information from the retail websites where you shop, like Amazon or Walmart. If it's stored, it's just too easy to click and spend. Having to enter your credit card information each time gives you more time to think before you buy.
Your loved ones may live forever. That is the name of a new AI project. The goal is to digitize enough videos, voice recordings, documents, and photos of a person, then feed it all to an AI system that learns everything it can about the individual. The technology could one day become so advanced that avatars would exhibit intelligent behavior equivalent to or indistinguishable from that of a living human being. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
On our last trip, we went down to visit the border along Gaza, see the Iron Dome, and we went and toured a kibbutz. That is the exact same one that you found the atrocities today of young babies being murdered, being decapitated. The talk today is we have a job in there, but more importantly, we have a job to do something right now. There's a crisis in the world. There's a void of leadership. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. We need to make sure Hamas is destroyed. We need to make sure the resources that go to terrorists from Iran is stopped. The sanctions are already there. I laid out a 5-point plan yesterday. The president right now should be very clear to the rest of the world that the American hostages have to come home now, that we will not accept anything that goes against these hostages, and we will have vengeance if they do one thing to them. The other thing, we need to resupply Israel with the ammunition they need. We need to impose the sanctions that are already there. When President Biden took office, Iran was only able to produce 400,000 barrels a day. Now they're at 3 million. They are getting billions upon billions of dollars that they are spreading to terrorism around the world. He needs to stop the appeasement. He needs to redirect his administration that the #1 greatest challenge and threat to America is not climate change. It's the threat of terrorism on our southern border. Climate change is important and we can deal with it. But this border is wide open, where we have more than 151 people so far on the FBI terrorist watch list that we have caught coming across. In 2019, we had 0. He needs to reverse his policies to make America safe and make the world a better place.
Who do you endorse for Speaker?
I haven't endorsed anyone. I let the conference.
Are you running for Speaker?
Under which this is going to happen?
You came late. I already told him not to nominate me.
What are the rules under which all this is going to play out?
The same rules we've always had. Listen, what transpires tonight is there will be a debate between 2 members. I think 2 will be nominated. I don't know if anybody else will be nominated there. They will lay out their plan to unite this conference. It's more than selecting a speaker. If this conference continues to allow 4% of the conference to partner with Democrats when 96% of the Republicans want something else, they will never lead. The things that we've been able to accomplish, from the Parents' Bill of Rights, from the greatest, most conservative border security that we've ever been able to pass, to make America energy independent, to have the greatest cuts in spending this Congress has ever voted for, more than $2 trillion, to put work requirements in. And I want to thank for one moment, for those who disagreed with me, to think for one moment that 8 of them would join with all the Democrats because I kept the government open. I want you to all think of one thing. Where would we be in the world right now if we were not paying our troops and Israel is at war and people question what's happening in American government? That is the challenge, and that's why I think.
Sorry,
one at a time.
Mr. Speaker, well, do you think that Republicans will have a change to the one-member motion to vacate the chair? Or do you think that's off the table for the time being?
I don't know. They can decide at that.
Who are you going to vote for tomorrow?
There should be the change to 217 votes to get out of conference. That's what we should support.
Look, the one thing I see is we went 15 rounds on the floor. I think at where the world is today, they shouldn't come out of there until they decide that they have enough votes for whoever they bring to the floor can become speaker.
Who are you going to vote for tomorrow? Who are you going to vote for?
How do you avoid what happened to you by putting a spending bill on the floor from happening to the next speaker?
Well, first of all, I would do it again. I think it's important whoever takes that job is willing to risk the job for doing what's right for the American public. Think for one moment, if we were sitting here, sending the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier strike team into the Middle East when they didn't even know if they were going to get paid, how could we even do that? If the troops were not being paid, we wouldn't be able to go forward. So exactly what I would do again. So whoever takes the job, I want to make this commitment to the American people. They're going to do what's right, even if it risks their job to do it.
Does that mean
I'm sorry.
What do you feel about the consensus? Do you feel like you guys are getting close to a decision here, or do you think it will take a day or 2 or more?
Look, I think those who are running are going to have to unite people. They have to show out a clear plan, and I think it's good for members in there to talk about it, be honest with one another. But I do believe they should make that decision in there before we go back to the floor, especially in the situation we are in the world right now. Look, after 9/11, we changed the course, that if the speaker was ever deposed, that you could put a speaker pro tem in. That speaker pro tem should be able to do the job until someone new is elected. You want the continuity of government. It should be no question. Patrick McHenry should be able to bang us in, bang the gavel in, move legislation while we pick a decision who's speaker. It was the whole concept after 9/11 for a continuity of government if you didn't have a speaker. That's why we created that. That's why I named him, and he should be able to do the job. I don't think people should question.
Who are you going to vote for tomorrow?
Since you're saying that you will not ask anyone to nominate you, does that mean that you're ruling out any possibility of being a candidate?
You guys do so many hypotheticals. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. There's 2 people running in there. I'm not one of them, and they're going to be able to decide who the next speaker is.
Why are you not running? Why are you not running?
For the same reason I wasn't running last time.
Does that mean you're not listening to the speeches in there?
No, I'm listening to you.
So who are you going to vote for tomorrow if it comes to the floor?
So it comes to the floor, whoever comes out of there.
What message does this send to the international community that there is a fight over the speaker in the middle of a crisis in the Middle East?
Well, look, we have continuity of government here. I think it says more that it takes the president too long to come out and talk. I think it'll say more if the president doesn't reverse the course on what he's doing in the southern border. I think it'll say more to the world if the president isn't very clear about bringing those Americans home. that has to be different than what he did in Afghanistan, that we will not leave one American behind. And the other thing we have to stand very clear is that we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel until Hamas is defeated. It's not about Hamas being weakened. Hamas must be destroyed for the atrocities that they have done. And we need to go directly to what Iran has funded. We should enforce the sanctions that are already in place, so Iran doesn't continue to make billions of dollars and fund terrorism around the world. And we should reassess our own intelligence here. Why did we miss this? Our intelligence knew Russia was going to invade Ukraine, and they told the world. This is one of the greatest atrocities since the Holocaust. Americans have died. Every day the number increases. The number of those in Israel have died, if you equated it to America's population, would be more than 30,000 people. There should be no doubt of our will and our ability to stay with Israel.
Would you support a foreign aid?
You've already asked questions.
Mr. McCarthy,
Yes.
What do you think of potentially pairing Ukraine aid with Israel aid as a supplemental?
Look, to me, when you ask that question, you're thinking some type of game to play. I think right now Israel was just attacked. I would put Israel's supplemental on the table, on the floor right now. If I was still Speaker, I would have laid out the 5 plans, and we'd be voting today. And there would be no doubt in the world where we stand, and there'd be no question. You see, my very first trip as Speaker internationally was to Israel. I spoke at their Congress, their Knesset, the anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the creation of their country. I was the only second speaker ever to be invited to do that. And one thing I've learned as I've gone through Israel, there's no greater ally than we have in Israel. When you look at the Iron Dome, I've been to the Iron Domes many times. What Hamas is trying to do is overwhelm. An Iron Dome will categorize where a rocket is going to go, determine whether to shoot it up, and knock it down. But they only have so many batteries in there to protect. When you send 5,000, you're trying to wear out an Iron Dome. You're trying to overrun it. Now imagine these first rockets are probably going to be dumb rockets. They're saving the precision, long-range ones for later, wondering if Israel has the capability in the Iron Dome to knock it down. We should have that on the floor today, that nobody questions that they will be able to defend themselves. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Today is Ashley Babbitt's 38th birthday. National Files viewers are interested in whether or not
you know what? You know what? We've been putting out the J6, but that's another day, another question.
Well,
no. Look, you can ask whatever question you want.
Prisoners and the 41,000 hours of videos.
That's a nice question. I'm focusing, and we did. Yes.
Didn't do that, sir.
Yes, I did, sir.
41,000 hours.
Out the continuing resolution issue before they choose a speaker.
I'm sorry, what?
I think these candidates are going to have to hash out what they're going to do with the continuing resolution, the November 17th deadline before they get a
Look, the challenge here is we have a small group of members in our conference that partnered all with Democrats. The small group also stopped us from ever bringing individual bills to the floor, then argued why didn't we bring them to the floor. They literally shut down the entire floor 1 week of bringing anything up. They then went, when we wanted a continuing resolution that would secure the border, but also be one of the greatest cuts, they knocked that down too. So I'm not quite sure what they want. So inside there, they better decide which way they want to go.
What weapons and munitions has Israel asked you for? And what should the Congress supply?
The Congress should supply whatever they need. Very clearly, whatever they need. Yes, ma'am.
To be clear, if a member nominates you in there, will you reject that? Say to them that they want to vote for you tomorrow.
I asked the members in there not to nominate me.
You commented that they can come to a consensus to vote on a speaker tomorrow or this week.
Yes.
What's your advice, looking forward to the governing deadlines ahead, what's your advice to your successor on how to navigate this small majority deal with the Democratic Senate?
Do what is right. My real concern here is I felt as though we were in a much stronger position to be able to secure this border. I felt as though we passed H.R. 2. We had a very strong position. Unfortunately, we had a few members in our conference that are not true conservatives and don't want to govern that made us in a weaker position. I believe what's going on in the world today whatever we move forward should actually secure this border to keep this country safe.
Your advice that they, just to be clear, Mr. McCarthy, your advice that they should do what is right regardless of what it means for the speakership?
That's exactly what I did. I'm very proud of that fact. I think America's stronger for it. I mean, did we have to be able to roll the Senate, and even the Democrats got upset by it? And somehow they all decided to vote against, along with 8 Republicans join all the Democrats. I'd do it again tomorrow. I think it's more important, especially where we live in the world today, that we pay our troops. This world is unsafe. But if they wanted to not pay our troops and be sitting here in a government shutdown when the world was going on, I think that was wrong. Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan with Sullivan Smart Sense to get free ebooks and audiobooks. Download a free app called Libby, L-I-B-B-Y. 90% of public libraries work with this app, and you can read the books in the app or download them to your Kindle. Happy reading.
Your loved one has passed, so who does their debt pass to? As a general rule, the estate is responsible, meaning if you stand to inherit money, the estate must first pay off all debts. Secured debt that can't be paid off, like a mortgage or a car note, can be subject to repossession. Medical debt won't be passed to your kids, but may become the responsibility of your spouse. Federal student loans, on the other hand, will most likely be forgiven if a family member applies on behalf of the deceased. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. New research shows that if you work remotely and you don't get up and move around, you're going to be in big trouble. You're going to gain weight. You're going to be depressed and anxious. Your vision is going to be problematic. Look, folks, you need to get up and move around at least every 20 minutes. Make sure you invest in that Health 401k. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as our coverage of the war in Israel does continue. You're taking a live look over Gaza City at one of the many cameras that we have across this area. It's been kind of the same situation where we see things kind of calm for just a second, and then you see more rockets that are launched, followed by a lot of smoke and some fire right there. I want to talk more about the war and those impacted by it here. Elon Troen is a professor emeritus at Brandeis University and Ben Gurion University there. His daughter and son-in-law killed in that attack by Hamas, and his grandson is currently hospitalized. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here, and I can't even begin to imagine what you're going through right now, so we appreciate it.
Thank you. It is hard.
And I know that you had said that you were on the phone with your daughter when all of this happened. Is that correct?
When the beginning of it happened, which is to say, until just before she was shot. And thereafter, we were on the phone for the whole day with our son, who was lying beneath the bodies of his parents. And that therein lies the story. At 6:30 in the morning, we began getting the pings on our cell phones that were telling us that missiles would be being fired from the Gaza Strip into Israel. And depending upon where you live, it gives you so much and so much time to get to a shelter. Where we live near Beersheba, it takes 45 seconds for a missile generally to come to our home or to our area, and then we rush to our shelter, which is built into the house by zoning ordinance and building requirements. You can't live where we live without a bomb shelter in your house. And we heard from her A brief message, glass is shattering. I hear Arabic being spoken around the house, and shots are being fired, and that's the last we heard from her. We then heard from her son, our grandson, Rotem, that he said, "Hey, Metu, they died, they're dead, and I'm underneath them, and I'm covered with blood." And then began a very long day in what developed into a chat that extended from family members from the southern parts of Israel to the northern parts, and people who were just on the chat because of their connection and their love for this young man, and also people with specialties like physicians, a trauma specialist, and everybody else who just gave him encouragement, be strong, be brave, and gave him advice, including don't talk, send text messages. And what occurred, therefore, was a long series of text messages until he was rescued with about 4% battery left. And the advice considered such items like, there's smoke surrounding you, cover your mouth with a sheet. And that's when he had already moved to the laundry room and was hiding under a blanket. So it was a horrendous day, and what makes this so different and so poignant and painful is that in a virtual but palatable sense, we were there. And we were not alone. All Israelis have cell phones. The victims who survived, those who didn't survive, and their family members who are used to being in constant contact with them. So this is his story, but it's also a story of thousands of Israelis who feel this in a very immediate and tangible way, unlike the boy's grandfather, who was at Normandy and Sicily and North Africa. And there was a front line, and then there was the home service. This is a different kind of war. In fact, this isn't even a war. You people are mislabeling it. In our tradition, this is a pogrom. A war is when you have a military against the military. This is a case of a military consciously seeking out individuals for killing and for capture. And I should say it's not the first time in our family. My grandparents and great-grandparents came to America because that's what they endured in Europe. And they sought safety on the shores of the United States. And we still seek safety here, and we'll do everything we can to achieve it.
How is your grandson doing? Because I know you had told me that you have been able to go to the hospital there where he is. Yes. How is he doing?
He's a spunky kid, thank God. And the bullet, since it went through his parents first, only penetrated slightly into his abdomen and missed the vital organs. So he's in pain, in discomfort, and so the bullet was extracted, and he can walk around, but there are still some shrapnel pieces near his eye and his ankle. So he has to have another procedure or two, but he'll be okay physically. What will last his lifetime is what he witnessed on Saturday, the last day of the Sukkot festival for those of us who live in Israel. He will be living what my mother lived through when she experienced the pogrom in the Ukraine in April of 1919, and she witnessed and was party to a very similar event when her mother was killed by pogrom perpetrators in the madness of what was Europe after the First World War, with the Bolshevik Revolution, with one ethnic group fighting another ethnic group, and the Jews somehow in the middle of all of this. One last thing about a pogrom. A pogrom targets individuals, particularly if they have a different religion and a different national identity. And that's what they did. What they did was rehearse this. One of the terrible aspects of his experience was that as he was hiding, he could hear them come around during the course of the day, and they revisited the house on one occasion. They threw a grenade or somehow an incendiary device and caused the house to burn and develop smoke. When we met him that Saturday night, he was covered with gray black soot. And that's because the technique was, if there is anybody who survived, they will try to run out of the house, and then we can shoot him and complete the job. These are people who are intent on murder. Murder not of foreign military, but murder of civilians because they hold the wrong faith and they are different than we are.
We are now on day 4 of this ongoing situation here. Have you even had time to process what's happening? Because as you mentioned, you know, your grandson experienced all of the unthinkable, unfathomable, and those words don't even begin to describe what he went through. But have you had a chance to process what's happened?
I don't even know what that means. There are several levels. One level, if I could just throw away the phones. I know. On one level, no, because there's no closure. My daughter and her husband's bodies are they're still in the kibbutz. They're going to be moved to a central collection place near the central part of Israel, not far from Ben Gurion Airport. And there are so many. We're not accustomed to having this kind of situation, that it is going to take some time for those bodies to be identified and then distributed for burial. It is through burial that through a funeral, that one begins the process of closure. It is very odd and very painful to be in a situation where you know they're gone, but you can't begin to process it formally through whatever rite or religion you happen to have. It's a netherworld, and I don't wish it on anyone. There are other Israelis who are less fortunate than we are because they don't know where their loved ones are. We know where ours are. In terms of the larger picture, I saw on your screen the smoke coming up from Gaza. We've been there before. We have 6 children, 16 grandchildren. Some of them are in the military right now, and we don't wish for them to go back into that area and engage in the kind of fighting that is required. And we know that that's only one area. There are already rumblings to the north. This could be an all-out war to destroy the Jewish state. Now, know that what we're dealing with are groups who have that as their purpose. These are not the Arabs with whom we have made peace. This is not Egypt. This is not Jordan. This is not the Emirates. This is not Morocco. These are not the Arabs amongst whom we live, who are doctors and pharmacists and students in our classrooms, who are merchants, who build houses. These are a wild sect, a deviant sect within a great religious tradition, who have not only come to persecute Jews, but come to persecute Christians and anybody of a different faith which they will not tolerate. In some cases, it is fellow Muslims. The Hamas, and you should read the Hamas Charter of 1988. Don't want to be a scholar here, but read it. It is full of anti-Semitism and hostility towards the other. And they anchor it falsely and wrongly and malevolently within a great theological tradition that also bespeaks of peace. One last word. Remember, it was Sadat who came to Jerusalem and offered peace and no more war. For his efforts, he was killed. But he also came with a fatwa. He came with a legal document issued by the chief religious figure of Al-Azhar University in Cairo. So Islam has many strands. What we have to deal with is a strand in Gaza that is captivated by the most malicious and hostile venomous kind of hatred that is willing to sacrifice and use as human shields hundreds of thousands of people who are their neighbors and co-religionists. This is happening here. It's happened in the Lebanon. It's happened in Iraq. You name it, all the Taliban, the ISIS, Afghanistan. We are now having to confront it in our neighborhood. So to process this, I don't know where it goes. Do Americans know how to deal with hostages? How many years were the hostages held in Iraq? How many years in Iran? How many years in Somalia? And you're talking about a small number. Why did they capture infants, kids, teenagers, to people who are older than I am? What do you do with an 80-plus-year-old woman who needs medication and gets regular attention? What do you use her as a bargaining chip to do what? Political justice? Social justice? It's madness. It's madness stimulated by sheer hatred. And the sources of that hatred are old, historic, but they're not universal. This is a group that needs to be isolated and dealt with.
And one thing that I do want to make sure we get across is that we know that there has been violence there in the Middle East over the years, but this is something that is so different. And that's why folks are saying unprecedented, surprise attack. And I want to make sure that we are making that clear and getting that across, right?
It is a surprise attack. So when this is over, and it will be over one of these days, we will interrogate our government. You know American history? After Pearl Harbor, Congress set up an investigating committee to ask why was this a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. We will have our own Pearl Harbor Congressional Committee to investigate how this government failed to know what was taking place. In a sense, this is our Pearl Harbor, and it requires our investigation so that it never happens again.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. We really appreciate it. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I can't even begin to imagine what you're going through and what your grandson is going through. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Our story is one that you've put on broadcast, but know that there are hundreds, thousands of stories like this. The amazing thing that Saturday night when we came to the hospital in Beersheba to find our grandson was that there were 680 other hospitalized victims and their families outside. It was a scene full of undescribable emotion, the seeking. Is that person there? What is their condition? And as I suggested with the story of the telephones, it was not only the people there, but everybody. This is a virtual event that was not virtual. It was immediate and felt by the millions of people who constitute this society.
Thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you out to this image we have from over in Gaza.
Can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan with Sullivan Smart Sense to save you some money on groceries. Use the self-checkout rather than the cashier. A study by IHL Consulting found it reduces impulse buys 32% among women and 17% among men. There's less merchandise at the register, and you pay more attention to that total.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. A new study found that even moderate drinking can reduce the volume of your brain. Now, this isn't good and it can lead to a lot of problems. So everything in moderation. That's what my grandfather used to say. If you're going to drink, limit it. and don't do it every day. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Planning a move? Make sure you're buying the right kind of insurance. While interstate moving companies are required by law to provide released value protection at no cost, you may want to opt for full value protection. Released value weighs in at about 60 cents per pound regardless of what the item is. So if your 50-pound big screen TV gets broken, you only get about 30 bucks. Full value coverage may cost more, but will give you replacement cost. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
In anguish, the scenes of butchery against innocent civilians at the hands of Hamas terrorists in Israel. And the more we learn, the greater our grief. More than 1,000 men, women, and children were slaughtered in their homes, on their streets, in desert fields, and among them at least 14 Americans. We mourn for all their lives, and we're actively working with Israelis to determine the whereabouts of the missing, including missing American citizens. As the president just said, what we've seen from Hamas these past few days was the same evil and barbarity that we've seen from ISIS. The unspeakable horrors they perpetrated on innocent people, women, children, the elderly, babies. These were the scenes we saw in Iraq and Syria as ISIS rampaged through. As President Biden said, this is not some distant tragedy. The bonds between Israel and America run long and they run deep. And we stand with Israel, not just in these dark days, but at all times. As Karine just said, the president has been deeply engaged in giving direction to his national security team to take action to support Israel in its hour of need. At his direction, the United States has surged ammunition and interceptors for Iron Dome, and the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu just a little while ago to talk about additional capabilities that Israel will need, and he pledged that American planes will be landing in Israel with those capabilities in the days ahead. And now, at the direction of the president, we are working with Congress to make sure that Israel maintains supply of these critical assets to defend its cities and its citizens, as well as the many U.S. citizens who live, work, and travel in Israel. Also at President Biden's direction, the U.S. military has enhanced its force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence, including the movement of a carrier strike group into the eastern Mediterranean, and we are prepared to move additional assets as necessary. Let me be clear, we did not move the carrier for Hamas. We moved the carrier to send a clear message of deterrence to other states or non-state actors that might seek to widen this war. The president has also tasked us with engaging in contingency planning for any and all escalation scenarios, and we are now deeply engaged in that planning, and we are consulting with allies and partners as well about all of the potential scenarios that might unfold in the days ahead. Let me repeat what we've now said many times and what the president said just a short while ago, so that everyone, including enemies who are thinking of exploiting the current situation, hear it loud and clear. The United States has always and will always have Israel's back. And to those families undergoing the unfathomable pain of having loved ones missing, our hearts go out to you. We cannot imagine the anguish you must be feeling right now. We know that U.S. citizens are among the missing, and we know that U.S. citizens, as the president just said, are among the hostages. We are working with the Israeli government and with our regional partners on every aspect of the hostage crisis, including sharing intelligence and deploying experts from across the U.S. government to advise the Israeli government and coordinate with them on hostage recovery efforts. As the president just said, there is no higher priority than the safety and well-being of American citizens being held hostage overseas. Over the coming days, we'll continue to stand strongly with Israel to ensure that it is able to defend itself. And my team and I are working with our colleagues across the U.S. government every hour to keep the president updated on the latest developments, to take his direction and put it into action, and we'll continue following his direction to provide Israel and the people of Israel all the support required at this time of need. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Jake,
We'll do you first and then.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the American hostages, can you first of all tell us how many are we talking about, several or a dozen hostages, and do you know anything about their condition at all?
We do not know about their condition, and we cannot confirm a precise number of American citizens. We believe that there are 20 or more Americans who at this point are missing, but I want to underscore and stress that does not mean necessarily that there are 20 or more American hostages. Just that is the number who are currently unaccounted for. We will work hour by hour, both to determine whether we can account for any of those Americans or to confirm exactly what the number of Americans are being held hostage, and we will come back to you with that information as soon as we have it. As you know, very sadly and tragically, the number of dead has risen with each passing hour, and that's true of the total number. It's also true of Americans, which has gone up just today from an earlier report this morning of 12, then 13, now 14. So I cannot give you a precise number. I can tell you that number of unaccounted for at this time. That number could change too, but I want to underscore that that is not a statement from me that we have that many hostages. We do not know the number of hostages we have at this time.
And did the president discuss with the prime minister the possibility of a ground incursion into Gaza, and also how that might affect the American hostages that are in Gaza that are now confirmed?
I'm not going to get into the operational discussions that the president and the prime minister had. That is important for them to be able to keep in a discrete channel between them. What I will tell you is that the president and prime minister did discuss how the United States can deploy expertise to help work on the hostage recovery efforts. That is what the United States is in the process of doing right now.
Under what circumstances would you put American forces on the ground to help out?
At this point, that is not something that is under planning. What we are focused on when we talk about sending experts, it is people who can work on intelligence, who can work on overall planning, who can work on coordination with the Israeli government. We are not currently sending forces to Israel, and I'll leave it at that for now. Yeah.
Has the president spoken to any of the families of the 14 American citizens who were killed?
He has not yet spoken with the families, but the State Department has been in contact with those families, and the president has been making this his highest priority as he receives briefings each day about what we are doing to try to determine both what's happening with the missing and also to ensure that we can secure the bodies of those who have perished and ensure that they get returned to their loved ones.
Are you also reaching out to those whose loved ones may be unaccounted for? One family member of a missing American said that there's been no formal attempt by the U.S. government to update the families.
We have, in fact, updated the families of the unaccounted for Americans that we know of. If there are Americans for some reason who have not yet been reached out to, that will be remedied immediately because Secretary Blinken, President Biden, everybody in the U.S. government is making this the highest priority. So we are in very regular contact with every family who has someone either missing or unaccounted for, and anyone who's not currently on that list for whatever reason, we will take care of that. That is going to be our highest priority. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Two quick questions, one for clarity. The Iron Dome replenishment, has it already arrived or is it on its way?
Some of the interceptors have come out of stocks that the U.S. had in country, so that those have gone over to the Israelis in short order, and then we will be flowing in additional Iron Dome interceptors so that they have the capabilities they need to sustain their Iron Dome defense systems. We are also looking at other ways that we can help augment their air defense capabilities as well as we look ahead, not just to what's happening now, but to potential contingencies that could unfold.
And then secondly, what can you say about Iran's role in the Hamas attack? And is that one of the actors you were worried about widening the war?
Look, we've said since the beginning that Iran is complicit in this attack in a broad sense because they have provided the lion's share of the funding for the military wing of Hamas. They have provided training, they have provided capabilities, they have provided support, and they have had engagement and contact with Hamas over years and years. And all of that has played a role in contributing to what we have seen. Now, as to the question of whether Iran knew about this attack in advance or helped plan or direct this attack, we do not, as of the moment I'm standing here at the podium, have confirmation of that. We are talking to our Israeli counterparts on a daily basis about this question. We're looking back through our intelligence holdings to see if we have any further information on that. We're looking to acquire further intelligence. And if there's an update to that, I'll share it with you. But as I stand here today, while Iran plays this broad role sustained, deep, and dark role in providing all of this support and capabilities to Hamas in terms of this particular gruesome attack on October 7th. We don't currently have that information. We will continue to look for it, and if we find it, we will share that with you. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Looking back at the last few days, how did Israel miss this attack coming?
That's a question for you to ask the Israeli government. Obviously, the Israeli government has placed a high premium on its intelligence capacity as it relates to Hamas, as it relates to the West Bank, as it relates to Hezbollah, and why it is that they did not have warning from this is not a question that I can answer from this podium.
What about U.S. intelligence? Was there anything in what crosses your desk that would suggest this was coming?
We did not see anything that suggested an attack of this type was going to unfold any more than the Israelis did.
And in your meeting in the Situation Room today, we saw an image earlier. At some point, undoubtedly in the last few days, the president has seen the images of the dead Israelis. What has been his reaction when shown those images?
I mean, you've seen him now twice. You've heard his voice. And this has been a deeply emotional time for all of us, as I'm sure it is for many people in this room who know people or know people who know people who were killed or who are missing. And all of us have developed close relationships with our Israeli counterparts. President Biden has a decades-long relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he can hear the pain in Prime Minister Netanyahu's voice when he talks to him. I hear the pain of my counterparts when I talk to them. So this is not just about policy or strategy. This is personal for us, and it's personal for the American people with their bonds with the Israeli people. And so President Biden has seen and felt the deep emotional resonance of this, but he has also held the conviction that his job as president is to make sure that he has the clarity of mind and purpose to take the actions necessary so that we are standing with Israel in its hour of need, so that we are working to deter a widening of this conflict, and so we are getting Israel the tools that it requires to defend itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. You just laid out all of the ways that Iran is complicit in this and facilitated it over years of support for Hamas. Is that reason enough to refreeze the $6 billion that the U.S. helped unlock for them to get in exchange for the prisoners?
We have not yet had a dollar of that $6 billion spent, and I will leave it at that.
But will you refreeze it based on this activity that you just laid out, all of the ways that they are complicit in this? The administration said that if we see them going in the wrong direction, that we would stop that down. I understand the position that you guys have, that not a dollar of this has been spent. But will you prevent it from getting into their hands to allow them to, do what they do that you just laid out?
Let me just reiterate what I said, because it's unequivocal. Not a dollar of that money has been spent, and I will leave it at that.
Is it being considered?
Yes.
Jacob, if I can ask you, will the U.S. support Israel's military attacks in Gaza for as long as it takes, until the hostages are freed, or until Hamas is destroyed? I guess in simple terms, how much retaliation in Gaza is the U.S. willing to accept?
I don't think of this in terms of retaliation. This is about providing support to Israel as it seeks to defend its territory and deal with an ongoing imminent threat from Hamas terrorists who, as I said before, are acting a heck of a lot like ISIS terrorists in their barbarity and cruelty. That requires going after Hamas terrorist targets in Gaza, because even as we speak, even as I stand here, there could be rockets flying out of Gaza. Going after those sites, that's not retaliation. That's Israel stepping up to defend itself.
To get the most out of your cell phone battery, consider shallow charging. Instead of draining your battery to zero, recharge at 50%. When you charge it up, stop at about 90%. Once a month, you should run it down to 5% and recharge so it can recalibrate its self-assessment. When charging is done, remove your phone from the charger. Electronics will age faster if they're left plugged in when fully charged. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. A new study found that hangovers will really get you in your mid-30s. Now, I don't like to see anyone at any age drink too much, But the older you get, the more likely you're going to suffer after drinking too much. Take plenty of fluids, stay off the highways. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan. I'm going to show you the Google Flights trick that everyone's talking about to save money on airfare. Go to Google Flights, enter your departure city, but you're going to leave the destination blank. Then enter a date range and click on the map. You'll see the lowest fares to destinations across the country. And if you scroll on over to Europe, you'll see the lowest fares to destinations in Europe. So check it out, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
If you are relying on Amazon reviews to help you decide on a purchase, heads up. According to FakeSpot, the following categories are the most likely to have bogus or biased feedback: watches, Christmas decor, watch bands, sweaters, and pullovers. But the top spot for fake reviews? Slippers. FakeSpot says 71% on Amazon have fake reviews, with thousands of products and barely any name brands. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
And ensure the safety and security of the Israeli people. And we're going to support them for as long as they need to ensure that Israel is safe and secure. And I can't put a timetable on that.
So to be clear, is the goal the destruction of Hamas, the guarantee that Hamas cannot launch attacks from there, the confirmation that all Americans and Israelis have been secured safely from there? Where do you draw the line? Is there a red line, and where do you draw that line of what you need to accomplish, what they may accomplish?
I'm not standing up here to draw red lines. What I'm standing up here to say is that in its hour of need, as Israel embarks on an operation to try to protect its country, protect the Jewish state of Israel, and to go after the threats that it faces, and also working closely with them hand in hand to try to secure the release and recovery of American and other hostages, we will do all of that. And I'm not here to draw red lines or issue warnings or give lectures to anybody. I'm here to say that the president has given us direction to take a series of actions. We are undertaking those actions, and we will continue to do so in the weeks ahead.
Last one very quickly, that we heard from the families of Americans who are unaccounted for right now. They spoke publicly in Israel today. You said the president hasn't spoken to them directly. What is the president's message to those families right now who said it is the responsibility of the president of the United States to make sure their loved ones come home safely?
The president said in his remarks today that as president of the United States, he has no higher priority than the safety and well-being of Americans held hostage overseas. And he has proven in country after country his willingness to go further than any other president has gone before to secure the release and bring those people home. He is going to try to do that in this case as well. But that is a high priority for him, and that is the message that he is sending, along with a deep sense of understanding of the grief and hurt and pain and anguish they are feeling right now as they wait to hear news of their loved ones. Yeah.
Jake, the president has remarks today referred to seeking for assistance for partners, plural. Does that suggest that you've decided strategically to ask Congress for a package that includes both Ukraine aid as well as aid for Israel? And, Chairman McCall suggested even including border and Taiwan money and that. I'm just kind of hoping you could give a state of play of how you guys are thinking about this in your interactions with the Hill.
So I'm not going to get ahead of the president's request and not going to take the place of the OMB director who will present the request that we send up. But the president was very clear today that we will be making a request to the Congress, and it will include a request for funding for support to Israel. And he has also been equally clear that we are going to renew our request to the Congress for aid to Ukraine. What exact form that all takes, that will be worked out and presented by others, not by me. But the notion that we're going to go up and ask for Israel aid and ask for Ukraine aid, that's unequivocal. We are going to do that.
Beyond Iron Dome and ammunition, were there any other requests made by Prime Minister Netanyahu today that we can expect to be part of that package?
As I mentioned in my opening comments, he did make specific requests with respect to other capabilities. I'm not going to get into the details of that from this podium, but he and the president discussed that. I spoke with Lloyd Austin, who was on his way to the NATO Defense Ministerial, about those requests. Secretary Austin is following up on that. And as I said in my opening comments, you can expect to see American planes flying into Israel to deliver military capabilities to support Israel. Yeah.
Just
follow up on Iron Dome. How effective has it been in deterring the attacks? And I know you mentioned this a bit in terms of the interceptors, but has Israel asked for interceptors on an ongoing basis in light of the situation?
You ask how effective it has been in deterring. I can't say that it is deterred, obviously, because a huge number of rockets have fired, but it has been effective, as it typically is, in taking a lot of those rockets out of the sky and saving countless lives by doing so. Now, of course, some rockets have gotten through to tragic cost, and that has been the pattern we have seen in previous conflicts as well. Now, Israel will have an ongoing need for interceptors, because an air defense system is only as good as your ability to continue to put interceptors in that can take out the rockets that are coming to kill civilians and rain down terror on cities. And we are committed to making sure that we are working with Israel to produce and supply the requisite number of Iron Dome interceptors so that
Good morning and welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 6 o'clock now on the East Coast, 3 o'clock over on the West Coast. We appreciate everybody joining the show as we continue our coverage here on the very latest out of Israel and the Gaza Strip. That's where we're taking a live look right now as Israel continues its counterattack on Gaza with more airstrikes. Israeli warplanes targeted neighborhoods in the Gaza Strip on the 5th day of fighting. Those are just some of the sights and sounds from video that we have over in the Gaza Strip as Israel continues its attacks after Hamas launched those attacks on Israel Saturday. Humanitarian groups are calling for corridors to be set up in order to provide aid to Gaza residents, but Gaza's health ministry saying at least 900 people there have died in the coastal enclave, with another 4,600 people wounded. Israel, meanwhile, has called up 300,000 troops surrounding the Gaza Strip and convened its Security Council all signs of a possible ground invasion on the Gaza Strip coming. Greg Palkett has more on that.
On the Israel-Gaza border, there's growing scrutiny over Iran's involvement in the surprise attack by Hamas. Israeli officials say there's no concrete evidence Iran played a role, but add they won't rule it out.
Iran really is the engine of malign influence and the generator of all of this discontent.
Iran's supreme leader is denying any connection and instead praising Hamas for orchestrating the attack.
We kiss the foreheads and arms of the smart and wise planners.
Earlier this week, a Wall Street Journal report showed Tehran worked with Hamas for weeks to plan the infiltration. It sparked concerns that $6 billion the Biden administration unfroze for Iran last month directly funded the violence. The White House, though, says the Iranian regime was never going to see that money.
It was always going to go to vendors that we approved to go to buy humanitarian assistance, medical and food to get directly to the Iranian people.
Hamas is one of many militant groups that Iran supports across the Middle East. Defense experts fear the others could be drawn into the war.
They have 130,000 plus rockets and missiles, all delivered to Hezbollah from Iran. They've been accumulating this arsenal over the years.
On Tuesday, Israel's military vowed to fight back if other Iranian-backed militias get involved. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And earlier this morning, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was over in Brussels as he met with officials over in NATO, also addressing the very latest on that attack in Israel. He made some comments today as he also sat next to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as they also discuss Ukraine.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the 16th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. And it's great to see everyone this morning. Let me say just a few words first about the terrible tragedy that Israel is now enduring. The full horror of the attacks by Hamas continues to become more clear and more appalling. The United States stands firmly with Israel as it defends itself and its citizens from this vile Hamas terrorist assault. And we will stay in close contact with our Israeli partners and ensure that they have what they need to protect their country. As President Biden has made clear, no other party hostile to Israel should try to exploit these despicable attacks. Like any other country, Israel has a bedrock right to defend itself from terrorism and aggression. And our support for Israel's security will remain ironclad, especially in this hour of atrocity and challenge. Now, let me turn to today's agenda. By gathering this contact group again, we remind the world of our shared commitment to support Ukraine today and for the long haul. Let me start by thanking President Zelensky for joining us today. Mr. President, it's an honor to have you here. And you can see firsthand the scope and the determination of the coalition that has done so much to help Ukraine's fight for freedom. Let me also thank Minister Umerov and the rest of the Ukrainian delegation for joining us today. I'm delighted to be here with our new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown. Welcome to your first Ukraine Defense Contact Group, General. It's great to have you here with us. Now, this coalition continues to make history with our unity and our steadfast support for Ukraine. So make no mistake, the United States will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. And today I look forward to working together to do even more to get Ukraine's brave defenders what they need at this crucial moment. We're here to deliver what it takes for as long as it takes so that Ukraine can live in freedom. So today we'll discuss Ukraine's immediate requirements as it fights back against Russia's flagrant aggression. And we'll hear from Minister Umerov and his team, who will update us on Ukraine's current counteroffensive. Ukraine is making steady progress forward, and it continues to liberate key terrain from the dug-in Russian invaders. This is a hard and dangerous fight, and we salute the incredibly brave Ukrainians risking their lives to drive back Putin's army of aggression. And the current battle only underscores the importance of the life-saving security assistance from everyone here that has kept Ukraine in the fight. So as winter approaches, our task in this contact group is twofold. We must continue to rush Ukraine what it needs to meet its urgent current challenges, even as we continue to develop Ukraine's combat capabilities to ward off future dangers. So we're here to dig deep to meet Ukraine's most urgent needs, especially for air defense and ammunition. I look forward to hearing about the new support packages that many countries here are preparing. And I'm proud that the United States will announce its latest security assistance package for Ukraine, valued at $200 million. It includes AIM-9 munitions for a new air defense system that we will soon deliver to Ukraine, as well as artillery and rocket ammunition, precision aerial munitions, anti-tank weapons, and equipment to counter Russian drones. That puts America's total commitment at some $43.9 billion since the start of Putin's war. And I'm proud that this coalition of some 50 nations of goodwill from around the world has rallied to commit more than $33 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. In fact, more than a dozen of our allies have committed more to Ukraine than the United States as a percentage of their GDP. Now, we're also here to discuss how to balance our immediate support to defend Ukraine with our longer-term assistance. The next step forward in our long-term vision will be working with our fellow contact group members to organize what we're calling capability coalitions. Now, these coalitions will be responsible for coordinating contributions from coalition members for each major capability area. We've already organized highly effective coalitions focused on Leopard tanks and F-16 training, which have marshaled resources from multiple countries.
All right, you were just listening in there to some comments from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin as we continue our coverage this morning of the very latest out of Israel and on the ground in Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, solidarity events happening across the United States. We're headed out to learn more about one in Georgia. Stick with us. This is Live Now from Fox.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. Earworms. Not a real worm. It's that irritating song that you keep hearing in your brain. It's in the auditory cortex part of your brain, and it's a song that you heard, and it was a repetitive song. Nothing to worry about. It happens when your mind is relaxed. You can get rid of it by focusing. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan with a tip that can help you save on your next car rental. A site called Auto Slash can not only help you find lower prices for car rentals, but it finds the coupon codes for you. If you enter your membership information, it can also apply discounts from your memberships, like AAA or frequent flyer clubs or wholesale clubs. You can also sign up to be alerted to rebook your reservation if the price drops. Check it out and see if it can help you save.
Before you buy a used car, you should be sure to check the VIN history. You can do it for free. Here's how. The National Insurance Crime Bureau will tell you if the vehicle has ever been stolen, salvaged, or declared a total loss. Vehicle History will share data on selling history, cost to own, and recalls. And finally, iSeeCars.com will look at more than 200 data points. If you are working with the dealership, they should also present the vehicle's Carfax for free. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
All right, we're back here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us. The time now 6:13 here on the East Coast, 3:13 over on the West Coast. Solidarity events for Israel are happening across the United States. I want to turn now to Mark Teichner over at Fox 5 Atlanta with the very latest on another one happening in his area. Good morning, Mark.
Yeah, good morning. And it was politicians, members of the local Jewish community, as well as their allies that showed up at an event here in suburban Atlanta to show their support for Israel. It was a massive show of support for Israel. Tuesday evening, 1,500 people packed Sandy Springs Performing Arts Center for a vigilant rally, with another 2,000 watching outside on the city green.
Know that all of us here in Atlanta are with you tonight.
Among those being mourned, an Israeli soldier with Atlanta ties. 23-year-old Dekel Swizza lived in Toco Hills before joining the military. He died in combat during Saturday's attack.
Dekel was a really amazing person inside and out. He fought until the last drop of blood was left of his life.
Governor Brian Kemp and Senator Raphael Warnock sent in video messages of support. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says his city stands with Israel.
It's important for us to remember that Hamas is not Palestine. Rather, it is a militant terrorist organization.
Thousands from the metro Atlanta Jewish community offered prayers to the dead, wounded, and hostages.
We mourn with our friends, our family members, our allies, all the way from Atlanta, 6,000 miles or more away to Jerusalem.
The Jewish Federation of Greater Atlanta, as well as a number of other organizations, were the ones who put on this event. Those organizers say they hope to never have to put on something like this ever again. Reporting live from Sandy Springs, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
All right, what a remarkable display of solidarity there. I'm sure those in Israel and across the Mideast are appreciating that today. Thanks so much, Mark. All right, folks, the time now 6:15 here on the East Coast, 3:15 over on the West Coast. Let's get out to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, jumping into all your top headlines, live events, and breaking news as we continue to follow really the latest on the ground over in Gaza and in Israel. We're following this. Stick with us. This is Live Now from Fox.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. A new study found that hangovers will really get you in your mid-30s. Now, I don't like to see anyone at any age drink too much, but the older you get, the more likely you're going to suffer after drinking too much. Take plenty of fluids, stay off the highways. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Can police search your car without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes. The Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizure. The Supreme Court says a search is unreasonable without a warrant supported by probable cause. But there is an automobile exception. Why? Well, we have less of an expectation of privacy in the car, and there are public safety concerns on shared road. Police can search your car without a warrant if you give permission or if you've been arrested.
Hey there, I'm Heather Sullivan. I've got some Sullivan Smart Sense to help you free up space on your cell phone so you don't have to buy extra storage. Go to Photos, click on Albums, scroll down to Duplicates, and then click on Merge to Items. It'll delete the duplicate photos. You can also delete the old emails, text messages, and voice messages that you no longer need.
Planning a move? Make sure you're buying the right kind of insurance. While interstate moving companies are required by law to provide released value protection at no cost, you may want to opt for full value protection. Released value weighs in at about 60 cents per pound regardless of what the item is. So if your 50-pound big screen TV gets broken, you only get about $30. Full value coverage may cost more, but will give you replacement cost. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
We return here on Live Now from Fox to the very latest over in northern Israel as we continue to follow all the latest on what's happening over in the Middle East. We know you can see it right there on your screen, some pretty dramatic images there of continued fires over in northern Israel as we follow this. So we'll get you updates on that as it comes in here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we're learning today a shipment of advanced weaponry from the U.S. has arrived in Israel. That according to Israel's defense minister, who says a cargo plane from the U.S. was used to directly transport all of that ammunition. Israel has formally declared war on Hamas, the Palestinian militant group who launched a surprise attack, killing more than 1,000 Israelis. Since then, retaliation by Israel on Gaza has left hundreds of Palestinians dead. President Joe Biden has since announced U.S. support for Israel, saying there is, quote, no justification for terrorism. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is also set to travel to Israel on Wednesday. That will be today, to share a message of solidarity and support from the country. We did hear from U.S. President Joe Biden just last night. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio and listen in.
Pure, unadulterated evil is unleashed on this world. The people of Israel lived through one such moment this weekend. The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas, a group whose stated purpose for being is to kill Jews. This was an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. Parents butchered using their bodies to try to protect their children. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. To celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. And thousands of wounded, alive but carrying with them the bullet holes and the shrapnel wounds and the memory of what they endured. You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage. Hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute in violation of every code of human morality. It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. And we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response would be swift, decisive, and overwhelming. We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act according to the rule of law. Terrorists purposely target civilians, kill them. We uphold the laws of war, the law of war. It matters. There's a difference. Today, Americans across the country are praying for all those families that have been ripped apart. A lot of us know how it feels. It leaves a black hole in your chest when you lose family. Feeling like you're being sucked in. The anger, the pain, the sense of hopelessness. This is what they mean by a human tragedy, an atrocity on an appalling scale. But we're going to continue to stand united, supporting the people of Israel who are suffering unspeakable losses and opposing the hatred and violence of terrorism. My team has been in near constant communication with our Israeli partners and partners all across the region and the world from the moment this crisis began. We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets to defend its cities and its citizens. My administration has consulted closely with Congress throughout this crisis. And when Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. This is about the security of our world, the security of the United States of America. We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world. The United States has also enhanced our military force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence. The Department of Defense has moved the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Eastern Mediterranean and bolstered our fighter aircraft presence. And we stand ready to move in additional assets as needed. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't. Don't. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve is clear. Yesterday, I also spoke with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and UK to discuss the latest developments with our European allies and coordinate our united response. This comes on top of days of steady engagement with partners across the region. We're also taking steps at home. In cities across the United States of America, police departments have stepped up security around centers of Jewish life. The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and Jewish community partners to identify and disrupt any domestic threat that could emerge in connection with these horrific attacks. This is a moment for the United States to come together, to grieve with those who are mourning. Let's be real clear. There is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody. We reject. What we reject is terrorism. We condemn the indiscriminate evil, just as we've always done. That's what America stands for. You know, just over 50 years ago, I was thinking about it this morning, talking to the Secretary of State, the Vice President in my office. Over 50 years ago, as a young senator, I visited Israel for the first time as a newly elected senator. And I had a long, long trip, a meeting with Golda Meir in her office just before the Yom Kippur War. And I guess she could see the consternation on my face as she described what was being faced. They were facing. We walked outside in that sort of hallway outside her office to have some photos. She looked at me all of a sudden and said, "Would you like to have a photograph?" And so I got up and followed her out. We were standing there silent, looking at the press. She could tell, I guess, I was concerned. She leaned over and whispered to me, she said, "Don't worry, Senator Biden. We have a secret rep in here in Israel." My word is what she said. We have no place else to go. We have no place else to go. For 75 years, Israel has stood as the ultimate guarantor of the security of Jewish people around the world, so that the atrocities of the past could never happen again. And let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake. Thank you.
Mr. President, what was your reaction?
Literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil is on.
All right, you were listening in there to U.S. President Joe Biden, who said those being held captive, Americans being held captive, is one of his top priorities as U.S. president. Meanwhile, Israeli families who have relatives directly impacted by the Hamas attacks, they're now speaking out. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more from a pro-Israel rally in Los Angeles.
We're people with families, and we want to be back families again.
Americans today pleading with President Biden and the Israeli government for the return of family members they say were taken hostage by Hamas.
We do not know the number of hostages we have at this time.
66-year-old Adrian Netta, a nurse originally from California, is a mother of 3 with 7 grandkids. Adrian's son says she was on the phone with her children when they heard gunfire.
Both my brother and my sister were on the call with her as the terrorist barged into her home. That was our last contact with her.
Horrific videos like this are emerging, showing barefoot women marched in the street by Hamas terrorists. Yila David tells Fox News this video shows her brother taken hostage by an armed Hamas terrorist. She says her family received the video from an unknown number, likely Hamas propaganda.
In the video, you can see Eviatar walking with a terrorist from Hamas, which putting his hand around Eviatar's neck with a gun in his other hand. This video, which I can't watch, I'm sorry.
Americans are trying to flee Israel as major airlines like Delta, American, and United are suspending or limiting flights. A Denver businessman and Anti-Defamation League official tells us he made it out this afternoon on an Israeli plane.
Everybody knows people who have been kidnapped, who have been killed, who have been hurt.
And the president says he has directed the United States to share its intelligence and experts with Israel in any hostage recovery efforts. Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much. That was Matt Finn there with Fox News breaking down the latest from those families in Israel. Meanwhile, coming up after the break, we're going to speak with someone who's on the ground near Tel Aviv with some reaction on what's happening there. Stick with us. This is Live Now from Fox.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan with a tip that can help you save on your next car rental. A site called Auto Slash can not only help you find lower prices for car rentals, but it finds the coupon codes for you. If you enter your membership information, it can also apply discounts from your memberships, like AAA or frequent flyer clubs or wholesale clubs. You can also sign up to be alerted to rebook your reservation if the price drops. Check it out and see if it can help you save.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. Earworms. Not a real worm. It's that irritating song that you keep hearing in your brain. It's in the auditory cortex part of your brain, and it's a song that you heard, and it was a repetitive song. Nothing to worry about. It happens when your mind is relaxed. You can get rid of it by focusing. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Your loved ones may live forever. That is the name of a new AI project. The goal is to digitize enough videos, voice recordings, documents, and photos of a person, then feed it all to an AI system that learns everything it can about the individual. The technology could one day become so advanced that avatars would exhibit intelligent behavior equivalent to or indistinguishable from that of a living human being. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. The time now 6:34 here on the East Coast and 3:35 now over on the West Coast. We are continuing to follow really the very latest developments out of Israel and there in the Gaza Strip as we continue to follow just this dramatic escalation of violence there in the Mideast. We want to turn now to a very dramatic and frightening story, and we do want to warn our viewers that viewer discretion is advised, as this is very disturbing images. Released video shows some of the carnage at an Israeli music festival during the weekend, attacked by Hamas militants. We warn you again, this video that you're about to see, it is graphic. Dash cam video showing Hamas militants firing a gun in the direction of what appears to be a concert goer. He then grabs the man and pulls him away, and other Hamas militants can then be seen entering the picture with guns. We're learning at least 260 people at the open-air music festival were killed, along with at least 700 other Israelis after the Palestinian terror group attacked the Jewish state in what's being called the deadliest attack on Israel in decades. I want to turn now to Enor Cogno. He is a photographer who was actually at that festival. He's joining us live this morning near Tel Aviv. Good morning, Einor. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Yes.
Now tell me, where were you exactly when all of this happened? Can you kind of describe the location of that festival itself near the border with Gaza? My understanding was it was just a few miles away.
Yeah, I was on the main stage when this happened. It was 6:30 a.m. and 6:30 it's a golden hour of Beach Trans Festival. This is when there is the sun and the happiness and people start to enjoy, to see the happy faces, the smiling faces. And at 6:30 the music shut down and they yelled to us to get to a safe place because they're bombing us. Nobody really freaked out because we kind of regular to this shit. I lay down on my girlfriend, actually a friend, she's a girl, to just protect her. But again, nobody get really panicked because we're regular to that, and we are like, after 1 or 2 minutes, it will pass away. I started to understand something it's not right after 10 minutes of still bombing, and you can see the rockets, and usually Hamas sending, I could see balloons, like happy birthday balloons. I know that they put explosive in there, so I could recognize that. And then the cops changed the order not to find a safe place. They said to get away from the festival. And again, nobody really get panicked. We kind of chilly going away until we could hear live shooting. And I could recognize, but the type of shootings is terrorist, guys. There's 3 types of shooting. There's like single shot, pew, pew, pew. There's like in a line, pew, 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 pew. And there's like open fire. Da, 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 da. And by the sound, I could recognize it was a terrorist. Then we took away, like I move away with my car. I get stuck in a jam, but then I could pass it out to the main road. There was a cop saying to me to go other place. When I stopped in the gas station, I will say that it's not that I have no emotions. It's how I just process trauma, just being productive. So you will excuse me that I'm apathic to this situation. When I get to the gas station, we start hearing the sirens, and we were hiding in a shelter, 40 people inside. And for me, I'm just reeling that it was fun, and I could see it's like, for me, it was so funny to see 40 people in a shelter, like small shelters, 3 on 3 meters, but the mix of people, from one end there was like 25-year-old guys and girls in rave clothes, paint on their eyes. Some of them took drugs with banana hats, kind of funny. And from the other side, there was like families, like children, people cycling. And then after 30 minutes under fire of the bombs, I could hear live shooting, and all the car was open, and I could hear that the radio was yelling that the gas station that I'm at, there was like the first shooting, and I could hear 100 meters from me, the terrorist shooting with some officer. And then I needed to take some choice if to stay or to move forward, and I think this decision kind of saved my life because I didn't see any more people from this gas station. I moved forward with my car to a secure place. I came with a couple of more cars behind me, and I could see when I moved forward, the IDF put us in some small village to make us secure. And this is where the hard part started to happening. Because right now I could not understand, okay, there's some shootings, there's bombing, but something happening, but could not understand how big it was. Until I get to there, I found 200 ravers. And me, how I'm dealing trauma is by being productive. So I come to the security guy to ask, how can I help? He said, you need to organize all the names and phone numbers of all the people here. This was the first time, so this is big event. Because when you when you organizing phone numbers and names, it means this is the rescue teams. This means like it's a big event. And because I was rescuing it and start commanding all the people, okay, I'm taking the girls, he's taking the boys, people come to me for seeking help. And people come to me when they're talking with the friends, they're saying to them on the phone that right now they're hiding in trash cans, they could hear Arab voices. Some people said, I get so many locations of live people in houses saying to me that they could hear their opening, drilling the door in, and they're sending me location asking to help their friends, and I could not. Like girls come to me crying because they're talking with their boyfriends and they're hearing shooting and then silent. And after a couple of hours in this village, I was talking with some girls that said to me that their moms getting like phone calls from the other daughters. And in the phone calls, there was like our voice saying that they're going to rape their kids. Like the mom got a phone call from her daughter and said, and in the phone call, there was our voice saying, I'm going to rape your child and to kill her. So they kind of was teasing us all the time. And then we started to get the videos. I could, like, people sending me the videos and like recognizing the best friends or like the girlfriends in Gaza already. Like 2-3 hours already, like found them in Gaza. So like, it's like
throughout all of this,
some videos of babies in cages. Like my friends that I know were calling to me, hiding and saying like, "This is my location. Please help me." And I could do nothing. It was like genocide. We were like muted genocide, and all the time in this village was ordering all the names, and we were under the bombs and live fire, so you could not understand what's really happening. And then you get the videos from, you could see that the terrorists are already next to you. You can see videos of them in houses. You can see the videos of terrorists in, like it was like Call of Duty, you know? It's like, I really like video games, but it's real type shit with video game. And it was just massacre. We could recognize the girls already in Gaza, and I could see videos of like, I could see a girl like saying, the more beautiful she is, the more time she will get raped. Like, this is the so.
Now, Ainur, you know, it's been several days since all of this began, and we're learning obviously what happened at that festival, likely one of the worst attacks. Do you still have friends missing? Do you still have people that you have not been able to locate?
Yeah, my photographer coming to me each week, the long editing. He's 22 years old. He's a funny guy. So excited. He's missing. And today, I live this scene, the trans community. It's like, it's small but big scene. You recognize all the people. There was 3,523, 25-year-olds that you all recognize by his face. Like for today, I opened my phone and I found a guy who is already dead, and I just shot him last week in a different party. And he's like 2 meters high, he's looking like a Viking, he's so beautiful and he danced like very hard, and we always were dancing together. He was missing and today he got like killed. And I don't know, in my fucked up mind, it's half blessing, because if he was kidnapped, he probably been tortured, and he was with his girlfriend that right now she's escaped. But I don't know what to think. My missing girls, it's like from one point I want her to be alive, but then they're probably raping her all the time, and from other thing I want her to be dead, because then she will be like in peace and not raped every time. So yeah, still missing.
I'm so sorry for the situation that you and so many people there on the ground in Israel are facing. What has the days been like from Tel Aviv, just from where you're at? What's it sound like? Are there numerous rocket strikes? Is there much that you can see?
I am doing a couple of these interviews just don't care anymore about that. And like half of the interviews I did to other countries, middle of the interview, get like bombing and silence, and sometimes like not sometimes, usually I could see it explode like maybe a couple kilometers above my head. So, but in my mind, I'm okay to that. I'm not panicking for bombing anymore. Like, if there is a siren, I'm kind of chill about that. If I don't hear live shooting at me, I'm kind of okay. So live shootings, this means they're in the streets. They're very close. I can die, more chances. But live bombing, we're just regular to that. So we just go in the safe place. It's like so fucked up.
What is your message to people watching, especially in the West, here in the United States, and across the world, as they saw what Hamas did to Israel and to your friends and so many people there at that festival?
I uploaded a couple of videos from the festival to my social network, and then I get like thousands of shares and a lot of comments of like free Palestine and Hamas doing the right thing, and like in my mind, like not in my mind, it's 9/11. It's totally 9/11. We have thousands of murdered, so many girls getting raped, babies beheaded. So it's 9/11 even worse, because 9/11 had like 19 terrorists. We have like 1,000. And it's like have something regarding to that. They promised to genocide Israelis and Jews, and 4 days ago they keep that promise. And if we will not eliminate them totally, they will continue to do that. So we need the support. And the last thing that I have on my mind is the only thing that I know of about Jews and Israelis. The only thing that we know how to do one thing is to survive and prosper. For thousands of years, from the Bible time, from the Holocaust time, and even now, they're trying to kill us and survive and we prosper. I don't need confidence. I have experience. We always survive and prosper. This is why startups are surviving. This is why Silicon Valley speaks like Hebrew and so many Israelis, because we know how to survive and prosper. This is why each one of us go to the army for 3 years and they take us freedom, our freedom for 3 years. This is why we survive that, and then we go to India, the spiritual side of us. This is why half India speaks Hebrew, because we survive and prosper. This is what we do with confidence. I have experience. So there's no other way. One, we're united and we're freedom fighters and seekers. This is just what we do. This is our DNA.
Ainor Kogno, a festival photographer and Israeli who witnessed the horrific attacks there on that festival that killed 260 people after Hamas militants rushed the border of Israel and just miles away attacking that peace festival.
How much?
Some 260 people today.
No, man.
Oh, we know.
No, much more. Much more.
Ainor, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything we didn't ask you? Is there anything we haven't asked you? Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, that we need to support of the world right now, and they mean that by we are not the nice guys anymore. We're becoming the good men. I don't care which price we need to make that happen to get our people back, my brothers and sisters, to the dance floor. But we are not nice guys anymore. I don't care. We are good guys, and we will do whatever it needs to be done to eliminate the target in any cost. So just need your support, and if not, it's okay. We will do the mission, and at any cost. I don't care.
Ainor, thank you so much for speaking with us. We appreciate you being on the show, and we all wish you well and safety in the coming days and weeks as this fighting is likely to continue. Thank you so much. All right, folks, the time now 6:51 here on the East Coast, 3:51 over on the West Coast. We're headed to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan. Are you having some trouble sleeping? Well, you don't have to buy a sleep machine. Did you know that iPhones offer free background sounds like the rain or the ocean? Go to Accessibility, then click on Audio Video, and then click on Background Sounds. You get to choose the sound, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
It's Dr. Mike. Listen, a new study came out, again, looking at the risks and benefits of alcohol. This study showed that it may reduce anxiety, and that may be why it's helping your heart. Listen, folks, alcohol can be very dangerous. It can increase your risk of cancer, dementia, car accidents, and a lot of other problems like cirrhosis. So if you're going to drink, do it in moderation. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
Your loved one has passed, so who does their debt pass to? As a general rule, the estate is responsible, meaning if you stand to inherit money, the estate must first pay off all debts. Secured debt that can't be paid off, like a mortgage or a car note, can be subject to repossession. Medical debt won't be passed to your kids, but may become the responsibility of your spouse. Federal student loans, on the other hand, will most likely be forgiven if a family member applies on behalf of the deceased. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
All right, we're back here on Live Now from Fox with a live look over in Jerusalem as we continue to follow the very latest on the ground in Israel, just dramatic events happening over there. We spoke with a rabbi who is breaking down really the very latest on this, his reaction and so much more about the attacks. He's president of the Union for Reformed Judaism. Thanks so much for joining us, Rabbi Jacobs.
Good to be with you.
Well, first, I just wanted to get your reaction to this ongoing escalation and tensions in the Middle East and that really devastating attack on Israel.
These have been very dark days, I have to say it, and the dark days continue. Saturday was the deadliest day for the Jewish people, with 700 people murdered, frankly, since the Holocaust. The scope of this and the scale of this and the brutality of this attack on Israel is simply staggering. We are still recovering bodies all over the south of Israel, families murdered, and over 150, it seems, taken captive. Even this morning, just before I came on, I can see on my phone the red alerts which signal rocket attacks into Tel Aviv and all the surrounding communities where the very heart center of Israel. So we are not at the end of this, this series of attacks, and it is likely, we think, that this will escalate with potentially a ground war in Gaza. So this is a very, very concerning moment, and it's a time for mobilizing support from governments and from people of conscience globally.
Now, the attacks on Saturday came on a Jewish holy day. I was hoping you could kind of share a little bit more about that. And also, my understanding is there's really a historical context kind of behind this attack taking place on this day. And do you know much about that?
Sure. The holiday on Saturday was not only the Sabbath, which is every seventh day, of course, but it was the end of the high holidays. And the last of those holy days is called Shmini Atzeret Simchat Torah. It's a biblical festival. It's a time to celebrate the joy of Torah. There was no joy for our celebrations. It came one day after the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, which in 1973 was a surprise attack from Egypt and Syria, which not only caught Israel by surprise, but almost led to a horrific devastation. It was a deadly war. The Israelis ultimately regrouped after a 3-week set of battles, but it echoed in our hearts that sense of vulnerability, that sense of surprise. And I think Israelis are really traumatized, particularly by all the footage that we're seeing, and of the young people and the old people who are taken hostage. And we don't know what their fate will be.
We've seen a lot of solidarity among Americans as well as Jewish Americans and Jewish people all over the world following what's happened in Israel. Do you have any calls for people to continue showing support, and why is that important right now?
It's critically important, and it's so appreciated. Let's be clear, this attack really was unprecedented. It was not about the Israeli government. It's not about a policy. It's about Israel's very right to exist as a sovereign Jewish state. And this is not against the Palestinian people. They deserve dignity and rights, of course. This was a brazen attack on civilians. And again, I think people of conscience can speak up. We're hoping that elected officials in Washington and officials really in all elected offices, from governors to people in all levels of government, will speak up, and people of conscience and faith to raise those faith voices to say, we are in solidarity. I'll just say that what we've seen in the past is when Israel acts to defend herself, the climate of opinion shifts, and people then only focus on what Israel has to do to defend itself. So it's really critical that the voices that we hear today and so appreciate continue tomorrow and the next day, because this campaign will not be for an hour or two or a day or two. It's likely to be, says the Prime Minister of Israel and the Defense Minister, a campaign that will potentially take weeks and maybe longer.
To see the White House lit up today in blue and white in support of Israel, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really proud and good. This is just a symbolic act, but what a beautiful act of solidarity. And the President of the United States, Joe Biden, he surely knows Israel. He has been a staunch supporter his entire public life. And he has been pitch perfect, I believe, during these days when Israelis needed to hear his voice and the voice of support from the incredible ally that America has been, including there is an aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, and the related ships that are moving to the area closer to Israel. What's really critical, there's not a plan or a thought that American troops are going to fight for Israel. What it's clearly signaling to all the malign actors, all led by Iran, Hezbollah in Lebanon, to say, do not use this moment to escalate. So that is a military gesture. Lighting the White House is a beautiful gesture, makes us feel good. But that gesture is a loud and clear statement. The U.S. has interests here. We have allies here. And the United States stands strongly with Israel. We're very appreciative.
Yeah, I know that we did over the weekend see movements from Hezbollah, which creates great concern. A lot of experts also on the region paying close attention to that, because obviously a two-fronted attack could be even further deepening the issue that we are seeing now in Israel.
Oh, for sure. Our fear has been, if this is a two-front war, it's serious enough, obviously, with Hamas and the devastation that they have unleashed. But just know that Hezbollah, which is also an Iranian-backed militia in South Lebanon, has so many rockets. We're told potentially 100,000. and their rockets can land anywhere in Israel. Can you imagine? There already have been, 4,000 plus rockets that Hamas has launched at Israel. Thankfully, Iron Dome, remarkable technology, has been able to defend most of those rockets and shoot them down. But if this were to escalate with troops and with rockets coming from literally the north and the south, it's an overwhelming, fearful possibility. So we're not out of the woods. There's obviously cause for deep concern, and we're seeing solidarity gatherings throughout the United States and really around the world. Here in New York City, there'll be a vigil later this afternoon. I know that every local community is doing things, and it's interfaith. It's not just the Jewish community standing alone. It is people of faith and conscience coming together and saying, we not only feel the pain of this moment, we stand in solidarity with the state of Israel. That is also deeply appreciated.
And among that solidarity, we also imagine that a lot of relief may be coming to Israel. Do you know what may be needed right now on the ground as families there continue to deal with all of this?
Well, one of the most important things is the commitment the U.S. has made to resupply key munitions that Israel needs to defend herself. We're also hearing very loudly and clearly from civilians and political leaders in Israel that pressure on not only Hamas, but all those who have the ability to pressure Hamas around these hostages. These are not military hostages. These are literally children. These are women. These are people in their 80s and 90s. We are told there are several Holocaust survivors who are in Gaza at the moment, and we don't know their condition. We don't know where they're being kept. And we really are calling upon people around the world to exert whatever pressure they have. This is really an affront to all of our human values.
Rabbi Jacobs, thanks so much for joining the show. Anything we didn't ask you, anything you'd like to add?
Well, just thank you also for making sure that this story is told and that it's not, kind of yesterday's news. No, this is today's news, and I fear it will be tomorrow's. So thank you for reporting, and for all those who are listening and viewing. I know there are times when the whole Middle East seems so complex and so hard to understand. I think in many ways this is not so hard to understand, and I would just implore people to follow as much as you can so you know that Israel fighting for her very existence, her life, the security of its people, those are very fundamental things. We here in America, we understand that. There was 9/11. In many ways, Israelis are talking about this attack on Saturday as a 9/11-esque attack. And so we can feel that solidarity. We can feel that empathy. Please don't turn the story off. Keep it important in your own awareness, and we together will prevail.
All right. Thanks so much there to Rabbi Rick Jacobs with his reaction to the latest on the ground over in Israel. We sure do appreciate that. Meanwhile, we continue to follow the latest as Israel strikes back following those attacks from Hamas militants. More airstrikes heading over to Gaza today, as well as Israeli warplanes targeting neighborhoods in the Gaza Strip on the 5th day of fighting. That coming after Hamas launched attacks on Israel on Saturday. Humanitarian groups are calling for corridors to be set up in order to provide aid to Gaza residents there. Gaza's health ministry says at least 900 people have died in the coastal enclave, with another 4,600 people wounded. Greg Palcott has the latest on the ground in Israel, as some 300,000 Israeli reservists are being activated.
The Gaza Strip is now surrounded. The Israeli military announcing Tuesday they've completed their land and sea blockade as part of the response to the terror attacks that started over the weekend. And Israeli troops are now placing mines along the border to ensure no militants are able to sneak through.
After just the slaughter and the horror that we saw this weekend, we are doing everything within our power to be vigilant and to keep our eyes on Hamas and certainly on our borders.
The Israeli Security Cabinet convening Tuesday night, just hours after calling up 300,000 reserve troops. Both signs of a possible ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. Some are suggesting Israel could use this as an opportunity to try to end the threat from Hamas once and for all. But the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah says that if that happens, they'll attack from the north.
We'll open up a second front, either from Lebanon and maybe also from Syria. And so this could have kind of horizontal escalation in the near term.
Any land war would also be complicated by the presence of more than 100 hostages in Gaza, including several Americans. Hamas says they'll be killed if Israel escalates its attack. But despite the danger, some families of those hostages say they still haven't heard from the U.S. government.
We urge the U.S. State Department or some official to talk to us as a family and be able to at least give us some hope.
And as night falls here in Israel, officials say the death toll has risen to over 1,000 after just 4 days of fighting. In Sderot, Israel, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
We are taking a live look over in Israel today. That's northern Israel there as we continue to see large plumes of smoke. No rocket fire this morning, but does appear like explosions continuing in Israel as well as Gaza City. As we take a live look over there in Gaza City, you can see a number of buildings collapse there as destruction continues as Israel launches airstrikes over into Gaza City. The time now 7:07 here on the East Coast, 4:07 on the West Coast. We're going to head out to a quick commercial break. This is Live Now from Fox.
Your loved one has passed, so who does their debt pass to? As a general rule, the estate is responsible, meaning if you stand to inherit money, the estate must first pay off all debts. Secured debt that can't be paid off, like a mortgage or a car note, can be subject to repossession. Medical debt won't be passed to your kids, but may become the responsibility of your spouse. Federal student loans, on the other hand, will most likely be forgiven if a family member applies on behalf of the deceased. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely. If you are relying on Amazon reviews to help you decide on a purchase, heads up. According to FakeSpot, the following categories are the most likely to have bogus or biased feedback: watches, Christmas decor, watch bands, sweaters, and pullovers. But the top spot for fake reviews? Slippers. FakeSpot says 71% on Amazon have fake reviews, with thousands of products and barely any named brands. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. In a new study of 68,000 teens, they found that even occasional marijuana use had negative effects on their developing brains. Depression, anxiety, decreased cognitive function. Listen, folks, you have to have that discussion with your adolescents and teens. No marijuana use. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Here's a tip to help your food last longer. Keep your refrigerator between 35 and 38 degrees rather than 41. And you can freeze produce that you're not going to use. Just put a paper towel in the bag. It helps to absorb some of that moisture. I'm Heather Sullivan, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. We're continuing to follow really the very latest on the ground in Israel, taking a live look in Jerusalem today as we continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox of the very latest out of Israel. Want to turn now to an interview I did with Jay Young. He's with King Operating. He's following the latest on how gas prices could potentially be impacted by the ongoing conflict over there in Israel. Let's listen in. All right, joining me now is Jay Young with King Operating over in Dallas, Texas. He's a fuel and oil expert. Thanks so much for joining the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on again.
Well, Jay, first off, as we continue to examine what's happening right now in the Middle East, there may be a lot of concern about the potential impact for
oil prices to go up, which means people might be paying more at the pump here. But you're an expert in this. You know all about it. Wondering your thoughts on potential impacts here in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, definitely a lot of uncertainty. And when you do have a lot of uncertainty, you are going to see a wide range of prices up and down. We saw 4% gains yesterday. And I think there's more than this. I think there's a lot in the war with Israel, Iran coming in and helping right now. I think there's a lot going on with the uncertainty of the markets. But even if we didn't have this turmoil over there right now, I still feel like oil prices are going to go up. I'm seeing $100, $125 oil, if not more, at the end of this year, first part of next year, all because we're not drilling for oil in the United States. I mean, there's, Goldman Sachs said it best. I mean, profits of companies are at a record high. And when you have companies making record profits, they normally spend 90% of that on drilling new wells. New wells means new production, supply goes up. This time it's different. I've never seen this before. It's extraordinary. Don't see this time. Rig count's down. Nobody's really going back to drilling. Companies are only spending 50% of their profits back in the ground. So even if we didn't have this over in Israel and Iran and all the different things going on there, you will see a rise in oil prices, all because of supply and demand. We're not supplying the markets with the oil we need. We don't have any more in the strategic reserves, so let's don't do that. But our demand is staying strong, and when you have that, supply and demand, economics 101, when you do see that, you're going to see oil prices going up.
Now, is that strange considering the fact that we're entering the winter season? And I know that the refineries usually make like a little lower grade fuel because you don't have to have something that burns as clean during the winter time. And it's usually a little bit cheaper to produce. But with all that's going on, you still expect prices to rise into December?
I do. I mean, you can see, additives and going into autumn, the winter time, you can see 10 to 30 cents on a per gallon of gasoline. And that's if everything stayed the same. That's if supply and demand were exactly equal. You'll see 10 to 30 cents. But we're not seeing that right now. There's companies that are coming out of the markets. They're not putting money back to work. Financial institutions are getting out of the oil and gas business. Companies are buying back their stock. They're sending out dividends to investors. They're just not simply drilling for oil in the United States. Therefore, when you see that lack of supply we're going to see and demand stay strong in the coming months, we're still going to see gasoline prices going up.
And do you believe that a lot of this shift from the oil companies continuing to put more money back in the ground, that comes to the switch to renewables and a focus from maybe the Biden administration and others to focus on renewables and electric?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're 1%, 2% of the cars maximum right now are electric cars. So they're coming, but they're not making a big dent right now in our oil demand. So I know the Biden administration, with a stroke of a pen when he became elected, cut off pipelines and permits and things of that nature, which, that's what he said he was going to do, and he did it, and I just feel like they're way ahead of their time. They feel like electric cars can take over, and they feel like the demand for oil is going to go down. But, there's so many different products that we have all around us that need oil. So we're not just, dependent 100% on every barrel of oil goes into your gas tank. No, that's not the case. Only about half that goes in the gas tank. Matter of fact, probably 40% goes in the gas tank, and then you have jet airplanes and you have, trucks and things of that nature. So we still have a need for oil in the United States, and because of that, we saw $147 oil during Obama. So not anything new that we're going to see prices go up, $125, $150, huge turmoil. And I would really watch Iran right now and what they're doing. I mean, they're right now with Russia, selling weapons to Russia. Russia buying a lot of oil from China right now. There's just so many different factors that have.
All right, that was Jay Young, I should say, with the very latest on the potential impacts there on gas prices as we continue to follow this conflict over in Israel. Meanwhile, we're learning that Hamas continues to hold Israeli hostages and a number of Americans are still missing. We're taking a live look out in New York. That's where Israeli-American families continue to call for U.S. assistance as well as the release of those hostages. And we have Briella Tomasetti now standing by live with the very latest on that. Good morning, Briella.
Yeah, we basically heard from family members from coast to coast, a family impacted here in New York, a woman from California who may have been kidnapped. The stories just get more difficult to listen to every time, and it's hard to wrap your minds around what these families are actually going through. It is quite literally a living nightmare for them because they are waiting and wondering to hear if their relatives were kidnapped or even worse, killed. The Israeli consulate here in New York has now opened a hotline to connect family members as they wait for any information they can possibly get.
She heard a lot of gunfire outside of her shelter, and we tried to calm her down. That's when I dropped off the call.
Nahar Netta could barely hold back tears as he described the last conversation he had with his 66-year-old mother, Adrian. Netta, a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 7, was taking refuge when members of Hamas barged into her home. The last thing her eldest son heard were her screams.
The optimistic scenario here is that she's held hostage in Gaza and not dead on the street of the kibbutz where we grew up.
Ty, my son, joined the army about a year ago.
Ruby Chen grew up in New York City. His son Itai is a soldier with the Israeli Defense Forces who was kidnapped from his post on the border of Gaza just days before he was supposed to return to the States to celebrate his brother's bar mitzvah.
The last time that we heard from him was Saturday morning.
Those are just a few stories from families spending sleepless nights waiting for answers and clinging to hope. Hope, grief, and determination that flowed through the streets of New York City as thousands gathered near the United Nations for a rally and vigil. Both Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams spoke in support of Israel.
Your fight is our fight.
Yes, we are called upon to pray for peace. But justice first. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Meanwhile, in Newark, New Jersey, supporters of the Palestinian people organized their own demonstration. Protesters waved red, green, and white flags, pushed against sending additional tax dollars to Israel, and some even called for a ceasefire.
Show the truth. Show the Palestinian sign in the streets. Showing the people who've been...
And the east side has been really a prime location for a lot of these protests, considering its proximity to the United Nations. And of course, we are standing outside the Israeli consulate, where most of those demonstrations have also been happening over the past few days. It will undoubtedly, though, be a rash of protests, events, demonstrations happening down the line here locally in the days and weeks to come. So we'll be sure to keep you updated when it comes to that. For now, we're live on the east side of Manhattan. Giacomo, back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti there on the ground in the Manhattan area. Thanks so much for that report. We sure do appreciate it. All right, folks, we do want to get out to the very latest there on the ground as we continue to follow more explosions happening along the Gaza Strip. You can just see really a mound of destruction there as all those different buildings appear to have collapsed. This as Israel has vowed to strike back. We're continuing the very latest on this coverage, and we won't stop here on Live Now from Fox as we have all these different live events happening. Also want to take another live look out at this shot that we do have here as well. Another one happening along the Gaza and Israeli border. We're headed to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Your loved one has passed, so who does their debt pass to? As a general rule, the estate is responsible, meaning if you stand to inherit money, the estate must first pay off all debts. Secured debt that can't be paid off, like a mortgage or a car note, can be subject to repossession. Medical debt won't be passed to your kids, but may become the responsibility of your spouse. Federal student loans, on the other hand, will most likely be forgiven if a family member applies on behalf of the deceased. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Can police search your car without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes. The Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizure. The Supreme Court says a search is unreasonable without a warrant supported by probable cause. But there is an automobile exception. Why? Well, we have less of an expectation of privacy in the car, and there are public safety concerns on shared road. Police can search your car without a warrant if you give permission or if you've been arrested.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. A new study found that hangovers will really get you in your mid-30s. Now, I don't like to see anyone at any age drink too much, but the older you get, the more likely you're going to suffer after drinking too much. Take plenty of fluids, stay off the highways. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Hey, I'm Heather Sullivan with Sullivan Smart Sense to help you cut your impulse spending. Remove your credit card information from the retail websites where you shop, like Amazon or Walmart. If it's stored, it's just too easy to click and spend. Having to enter your credit card information each time gives you more time to think before you buy.
All right, as we come back to a live look at a very smoky Gaza, we continue our live coverage of the latest on the ground in Israel. Just moments ago, early this morning, the German government held a moment of silence in respect and memory of all those in Israel. Let's go ahead and play that out. All right, that moment of silence there for the people in Israel as that attack from Hamas has led to 5 days of fighting. We're headed to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Can police search your car without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes. The Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizure. The Supreme Court says a search is unreasonable without a warrant supported by probable cause. But there is an automobile exception. Why? Well, we have less of an expectation of privacy in the car, and there are public safety concerns on shared road. Police can search your car without a warrant if you give permission or if you've been arrested.
Hey, I've got a tip to finally make your bananas last longer. Once they're cut, ethylene gas starts escaping from the stem, and that's why they start ripening. So you don't want to put bananas in a bowl of fruit because they will all ripen too fast. But you do want to hem your bananas and put some foil or plastic wrap over the stem. It actually slows down the release of that gas. I'm Heather Sullivan, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
To get the most out of your cell phone battery, consider shallow charging. Instead of draining your battery to zero, recharge it 50%. When you charge it up, stop at about 90%. Once a month, you should run it down to 5% and recharge so it can recalibrate its self-assessment. When charging is done, remove your phone from the charger. Electronics will age faster if they're left plugged in when fully charged. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
Hey, it's Dr. Mike. New data suggests that many women might benefit from getting screened for breast cancer with mammograms earlier on. I'm talking about age 40. This is especially true in African American women who have a higher risk of dying from breast cancer. So get your mammogram and make sure you do the right thing. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
People in Gaza are frantically searching for survivors after Israeli airstrikes left some stuck under rubble on Wednesday. Israel says it's launched its strikes into a Gaza neighborhood that it believes Hamas used to organize surprise attacks. The Palestinian militant group rolled out a series of deadly assaults in Israel on Saturday. Now, Israel says it's going on a full offense, declaring war against Hamas. Gazans are seen putting out fires and assisting the injured. According to Gaza's health ministry, at least 900 people have been killed in the crossfire, while Israel's military says its death toll is now at least 1,200 people. And meanwhile, Iran is once again under the microscope after Hamas launched a surprise attack on Israel. Western leaders, though, say they have no substantial evidence the country's involved. We're heading now to Alex Hogan with the latest on this.
As war rages on the Israel-Gaza border, there's growing scrutiny over Iran's involvement in the surprise attack by Hamas. Israeli officials say there's no concrete evidence Iran played a role, but add they won't rule it out.
Iran really is the engine of malign influence and the generator of all of this discontent.
Iran's supreme leader is denying any connection and instead praising Hamas for orchestrating the attack.
We kiss the foreheads and arms of the smart and wise planners. We are proud of them.
Earlier this week, a Wall Street Journal report showed Tehran worked with Hamas for weeks to plan the infiltration. It sparked concerns that $6 billion the Biden administration unfroze for Iran last month directly funded the violence. The White House, though, says the Iranian regime was never going to see that money.
It was always going to go to vendors that we approved, to go to buy humanitarian assistance and medical and food to get to directly to the Iranian people.
Hamas is one of many militant groups that Iran supports across the Middle East. Defense experts fear the others could be drawn into the war.
They have 130,000 plus rockets and missiles, all delivered to Hezbollah from Iran. They've been accumulating this arsenal over the years.
On Tuesday, Israel's military vowed to fight back if other Iranian-backed militias get involved. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News. As war rages on the...
All right, thanks so much there to Alex Hogan following really the latest on the ground there. We also want to turn to Greg Palkett. He has the very latest on the ground as Israel now sending some 300,000 reservists to the border of Gaza.
Attacks started over the weekend, and Israeli troops are now placing mines along the border to ensure no militants are able to sneak through.
After just the slaughter and the horror that we saw this weekend, we are doing everything within our power to be vigilant and to keep our eyes on Hamas and certainly on our borders.
The Israeli Security Cabinet convening Tuesday night, just hours after calling up 300,000 reserve troops, both signs of a possible ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. Some are suggesting Israel could use this as an opportunity to try to end the threat from Hamas once and for all. But the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah says that if that happens, they'll attack from the north.
We'll open up a second front, either from Lebanon and maybe also from Syria. And so this could have kind of horizontal escalation in the near term.
Any land war would also be complicated by the presence of more than 100 hostages in Gaza, including several Americans. Hamas says they'll be killed if Israel escalates its attack. But despite the danger, some families of those hostages say they still haven't heard from the U.S. government.
We urge the U.S. State Department or some official to talk to us as a family and be able to at least give us some hope.
And as night falls here in Israel, officials say the death toll has risen to over 1,000 after just 4 days of fighting. In Sderot, Israel, Greg Palkott, Fox News.
All right, let's go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Here's a tip to help your food last longer. Keep your refrigerator between 35 and 38 degrees rather than 41. And you can freeze produce that you're not going to use. Just put a paper towel in the bag. It helps to absorb some of that moisture. I'm Heather Sullivan, and that's some Sullivan Smart Sense.
It's Dr. Mike. Listen, folks, yet another study showing the health benefits of drinking coffee. This study showed a reduction in type 2 diabetes. How does that work? It reduces insulin resistance by decreasing inflammation. So drink your coffee, enjoy it, and you will live a long, healthy life. I'm Dr. Mike Sirigliano with the Fox Medical Team.
Can the police go through your trash without a warrant? Well, the short answer is yes, depending on where you put it. They can't just waltz into your home without a warrant and start digging. That violates the Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure. But the Supreme Court made a trash exception in a case called California v. Greenwood. The court reasoned that if you leave your trash out on the curb, you're essentially giving up any privacy interest in what's in the bag.
To get the most out of your cell phone battery, consider shallow charging. Instead of draining your battery to zero, recharge it 50%. When you charge it up, stop at about 90%. Once a month, you should run it down to 5% and recharge so it can recalibrate its self-assessment. When charging is done, remove your phone from the charger. Electronics will age faster if they're left plugged in when fully charged. I'm Steve Noviello. That's my 2 cents. Spend it wisely.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 7:36 now over on the East Coast and 4:36 over on the West Coast. We are continuing our coverage of the ongoing conflict between Israel and Gaza, as now we know Israel continuing to launch airstrikes over in that region. We're taking a live look in Jerusalem, but this shot here shows some of that immense destruction as we continue to follow the latest on the ground in Gaza as well as Israel. Let's go ahead and bring in Joost Hilterman. He is the program director for the Middle East and North Africa for the Crisis Group. Thanks so much for joining us, Joost. We sure do appreciate all your insight.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we talked just a few days ago as this situation was just developing. Now we're a few days in and we're learning a lot of changes happening on the border. The first thing I wanted to mention and kind of get into with your reaction today is Israel says it's now secured its border, and we're learning it's beginning to shut off electric and water, as well as some main supplies to Palestine. What is the impact there for the some 2 million people living in that region of Gaza?
Yeah, so Israel already shut off the internet and electricity some time ago, yesterday, on the Gaza Strip, where, as you say, 2 million people live. It's a very small territory, so it's easily contained from the outside, but at the same time, it's very densely packed with high-rise buildings and others to accommodate the always growing population. Israeli airstrikes started on Saturday and have continued undiminished since then, have increased in intensity. We're talking to people inside the Gaza Strip who are basically, they cannot sleep. They haven't slept for days. Because of the heavy bombardments on residential areas. Hospitals have been hit, schools have been hit, a marketplace has been hit, and many residential buildings have been hit.
Tell me about the impact there to the Palestinians, the folks on the ground, being impacted by these airstrikes from Israel. And can you separate the difference between the residents of Gaza and Hamas?
I can only assume that the Hamas fighters are underground. They wouldn't be out in the open. They have a vast network of tunnels in which they can hide and from which they can emerge when there's ground fighting, for example, if there's an Israeli ground invasion. The ordinary population are actually now living in the streets when they're not in their buildings. Many buildings destroyed, but also people get alarms that their building may be next, so they leave, they evacuate the building. And then sometimes it's a false alarm when they go back in. Our researcher there, he's now at least 3 times had to evacuate his building only to discover that it was a false alarm. But this happens in the middle of the night or during the day. And this is happening to a lot of people. And again, there's so much destruction also, and there's no more fuel for cars that everybody can only walk. And there's literally no place to go to flee. You can, because there's a long border with Israel, but that's not where people are going to flee. There's a short border with Egypt, which is hermetically closed. And then there is the Mediterranean, and people could jump in. But this is it. There's nowhere to go.
So we understand the situation in Gaza. What about in Israel? We know that they are still suffering from those rocket attacks. But now the focus seems to be on Gaza. Wondering if you can kind of put together why that is.
Well, the main events in Israel were, of course, in the border communities that ring the Gaza Strip, where Hamas and other groups infiltrated and carried out massacres. There were also rockets. There was an initial barrage of rockets that gave cover to the Hamas fighters. But there were also later rockets, and a couple of them fell because they weren't intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system. They fell in Ashkelon and Tel Aviv. So there was damage there. There were some people killed, but by and large, the real tragedy on the Israeli side was in these border communities where there was systematic killing by some of the groups that went in from the Gaza Strip. And Israel is now responding to that particular set of events. And as Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, he is intent on flattening the Gaza Strip. And the IDF spokesman has also said that, international law doesn't really matter in this case. They're going to go all out.
And obviously the impacts there on the ground, I imagine, for the Palestinians could be extreme. Can you help add some context to the situation there in Gaza in terms of what Hamas is, and then who are the people living in Gaza?
Yes. So the people in Gaza are Palestinians, and for the majority, maybe 70%, they are refugees. So they come from inside what is today Israel. They were expelled in 1948 during Israel's war for independence. And the other people there are, or their descendants, of course, because it's a long time ago, 75 years. And others are native to the Gaza Strip. So it's a combination. Hamas is a political movement that has a military side, like most Palestinian groups. It is also an Islamist group. Interestingly, it is the Palestinian expression of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a large Muslim movement in the Muslim world that plays by the rules of the political game and stands for elections if they can. But in the case of Palestine, in the case of the Gaza Strip, it is also a resistance movement. And so what we have seen is violent resistance by this group against Israel since its emergence in the late 1980s. We lost you, didn't I lose you?
And as we continue to follow this, then we understand that many of the civilians on the ground in Palestine, as Israel begins to go in, are in a desperate situation where I'm hearing some 10% perhaps of that population in Gaza has had to relocate or has been impacted by the airstrikes. And what is the Palestinian support then for Hamas? And are these clearly defined groups of people?
First of all, when people leave their homes, they don't have anywhere else to go. So they will go to maybe UNRWA schools nearby, where they hope they're safe, but also a couple of those schools have been bombed. But otherwise, they have no place to go. They may go to relatives in a building that is still standing. That's about the option. How do they feel about Hamas? It is difficult to say right now. Everybody's just trying to survive. And so we don't hear much about political opinions. In the past, and of course, Gaza has seen several rounds of war before. This is not the first time. This is just the worst time. But people will still support Hamas because Hamas, to them, represents their eventual freedom from military occupation and siege. So they may criticize Hamas or they may curse at them behind their breath, but in the end, who else can they support? There's no one standing up for them. And Hamas, for better or for worse, and sometimes it is really for worse, it is still acting on their behalf.
A very tragic situation there, of course, and very complicated too, as you try to break down and try to, explain, especially to Western audiences, maybe not as versed in Middle Eastern politics, just about the extremities of both belief systems and also the situation the Palestinians are in at this point now, with Israel having to launch its counterattack in its attempt to weed out Hamas fighters. How difficult of the situation will that be for the Israelis to actually physically go into Gaza? And what kind of a change is that from the posturing of the Israeli government compared to previous incidents?
So Israel was occupying Gaza directly until 2005, and then they decided to remove the Israeli settlements from Gaza and to withdraw all troops. Since that time, Israel has attacked Gaza only from the air with occasional incursions, but we have not seen a major ground invasion. If this is what is going to happen now, it will be absolutely devastating to the infrastructure of the Strip. I mean, anything that's still standing today won't be standing tomorrow, depending on the scope of the areas where the invasion will take place. But it will also trigger house-to-house fighting in a situation of utter ruin, as we've seen maybe in Beirut in the past or Sarajevo. Or Grozny, and I think this will be at a terrible cost for Israel, and it would be at an even much greater cost for Gaza. I don't want to imagine that this is going to happen, but I'm afraid that it is currently being planned.
Now, what do you think then the end game is in really all of this, both in the attack from Hamas and whatever scuffles continue there? And then meanwhile, Israel going into Gaza in what appears to be maybe an attempt to reclaim that territory and keep boots on the ground. But when we question long term what's going to happen, what are you seeing? What are potentials here?
So this operation by Hamas was long in the planning. It must have been, because it was so well coordinated and so disciplined, and nobody outside knew about it, so they kept it quiet. So they must have had an end game in mind. And the only thing I can imagine is that they said, listen, we've been through so many wars with Israel, and each time the situation only gets worse in Gaza, and we're just going to go for broke, and we'll see how the chips fall. And of course, it's going to be at the cost of our own people and equipment and everything else, capabilities, but and certainly at the cost of Gaza. But frankly, anything else we've tried is not working. It's time that the international community start really paying attention to Gaza and say this situation is unsustainable. So they're going for broke, and it's crazy, of course, in a way, but there's also a logic to it. From the Israeli side, they were caught by surprise, so there is no immediate end game in mind. They now have to come up with one, but they're in a predicament, because the question is, do you go in, try to defeat Hamas militarily, which they may be able to do, but then leave them in control? Because if not Hamas, then who? Or you go in with boots on the ground and stay, and you reoccupy. But that is certainly not something that Israel wants to countenance. It wants to annex the West Bank, but it wants to get rid of the Gaza Strip. But nobody's going to take it. So they're stuck with it. And so they're facing an impossible situation, frankly. I don't know how they will resolve it.
Meanwhile, there's also potential movements from Hezbollah to the north and in Lebanon. What concern do you have for potential, I guess, outliers, if you will, also meddling in Israel at this point in time?
Well, it's good to be concerned about it, because there's hair-trigger games being played in the north. But I also wouldn't be too overly concerned, because what we've seen in the last days and even in the last few hours is that both Israel and Hezbollah are making strenuous attempts not to cross each other's red lines. The red lines are not, does an Israeli soldier get injured, or does a Hamas fighter get killed? No, it is more than that.